want to take that idea that Thierry talked about and sort of blow it up. He was saying Foundation 2.0 is focused less on infrastructure and developer support, and that's still needed, but needs to expand to include broader community support. And why should all of the foundations be providing the same services? Is there a way where we can, just like open source software projects, we can leverage the developments across the community and integrate those across foundations? So current model is you have all these foundations doing all the same thing, or you have peer foundations in open source, commercial partners, contracted consultants, universities. They're all providing governance, IP, community development, event management, all the things that foundations should do. What if instead, here's all the things that foundations do, right? So what are the costs and the demands on the individuals within these supporting organizations to provide all this stuff? That's a lot of work for foundations that are trying to maintain, have issues around sustainability, right? All these foundations or projects are trying to remain sustainable, and yet there's all of this and it's growing. So instead of everyone doing this, why don't we have centers of excellence where individual foundations who have expertise in one area, whether that's a technology or some sort of outputs or resources that they've just cultivated for a while and it sort of took off, and I'll give some examples of that. Why can't we all connect and we partner with those groups so that when I need intellectual property or policy work, I can reach out to one group. When I need event management and coordination or marketing and communications or grant writing or whatever it might be, I can find individual foundations that have expertise in that. So what we end up is looking more like this. So these are all different types of organizations, and they all have sort of Venn diagram-like areas of overlap. Where, this is like, I don't know, I'm making this, SCaLE is because I'm at SCaLE. SCaLE is the best conference organizers in the world. Why do I need conference organizers? Why don't I call up the SCaLE folks and say, hey, as a sustainability fundraising option, the money I would have spent on hosting and putting together my own conference with folks who aren't as talented, skilled, experienced as your staff, I'll take that $30,000, I'll give it to you, and you organize it. That becomes a sustainability model for foundations and organizations that have expertise. I'm relieved of having to duplicate that effort, and it's just like calling a library or installing, what's the difference? Or connecting through an API. It's the same model. Why don't we do this? Why don't we treat our foundations just like we treat our development? So we have all of these services that people expose that then other foundations can take advantage of, and there might be multiple. Maybe Linux Foundation does a great job at conferences too, and if SCaLE is busy, we can reach out to the next one. And so we get this model where everyone's sharing their expertise to forward the entire open source ecosystem. So at Open Congress last year in Brussels, we had this discussion, and two areas came to light. It's like, let's have like a test. And so public policy, Open Source Initiative and Eclipse have excellent public policy folks. So why do I need to go out and hire public policy people as the executive director of Apereo when I can just call them up and say, hey, I've got either a job or the community comes together and here's an issue that the entire open source community would benefit from. And an example is the response to the CRA in Europe. That impacted everyone. We all got together, worked through public policy at Eclipse and OSI. And that was a resource that I could have never developed and find experts and respond in time. I could leverage what was already out there. The second is security audits with software bill of materials and things like that coming out. Why do we all need to hire experts to do audits, which might, can we even keep them busy the whole time? I mean, our release cycle is all different, but why not use a shared resource that one organization has expertise in? They can just focus on being experts in that and go on. So for Apereo, it might be, with grant writing. We have folks on universities that write grants all the time. So if you're I don't know what projects you're with, but if you're with project X, Y, or Z, and you want to apply to Sovereign Tech Fund or an NSF grant or Sloan Foundation or Ford Foundation, whoever it might be, contact us, we'll help you. You spend less because you don't have to do the whole thing. We make a little money, it becomes a sustainability channel for the foundation. So, hopefully, you now understand how open source and higher ed is aligned. You've seen some opportunities, and now how can you engage? Here's just take a picture of this. I can't go over all of these, but like I said, these are all the things that different students, companies, and projects may want to, how they might like to engage with Apereo and higher education. You don't have to work through Apereo. I'd be happy to just hand you off to someone else. Apereo is the only open source software foundation dedicated to ed tech, so we do have lots of connections, but if you want to work with the university specifically, I'd be happy to make connections there. But if you find something of interest, let me know. One last thing. We just this Monday launched an open letter campaign to ask higher education to re-engage with the open source community and reclaim their digital agency. Right now, too much of higher education is just ceding their technology direction to big companies. Digital sovereignty is a big issue, data protection, personal privacy, and so on, especially with students. So we have about 100 signatures there. I grabbed some big names: Deb Nicholson from Python, Edie at Python, David Wiley, the open content person, Jack Seuss, yeah, folks, and it's up to 100 now, but from when I made the slide. I'd love for you to go to the open letter and sign it. You could do it as an individual, not necessarily on behalf of your organization. And finally, we're having an event tonight. So if I haven't given you a coupon for a free drink, and you'd like to have you or and a friend or two come join us, we'd love to have you. Any questions? Or am I out of time?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Thank you, Patrick, for that talk. Give you a round of applause.
Oh, yeah. Whew. Thank you. I don't know if it works, but they said to repeat the questions. So.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions for Patrick, please raise your hand. I'll see if I can get this mic working.
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, this mic is working.
More than a year when I was working on a NSF project, which was about community development and nurturing the innovations. And the two big challenges, which is trust, because protecting the innovation and the IP rights, confidentiality, is what hindering the research, because they are doing novel things. So how do you address that? And the second thing is about open source sustainability in terms of maintainers and developers getting paid, because almost majority of internet infrastructure is built on top of open source libraries and softwares. But what is your take and reflections about the getting funding the maintainers and developers?
Well, I think we're going to have a couple cocktails later tonight. So the two questions were protecting novel ideas, right, through open development practices, and then sustainability, getting paid, right? So unfortunately, I dismissed both those things. So if you're not interested in sharing your work because you think it's too novel, then don't make it open source. But I would argue that innovation and development and co-creation is better served through open and transparent collaboration. So if it doesn't fit your expectations, if you have a business model, I don't know if you're here for the slide where I said there is no business model in open source, and I said it was a byproduct, and I had the slide of academic use, research use, and administrative use. That's not your main job. Your main job is teaching, getting research, and so on. So the open source is a byproduct of it, not a product that you're going to go sell. So I think in higher ed, it's a different model. So there definitely is the tech transfer office, and if you want to commercialize your software through proprietary licensing, that's an option that you have. So that's one thing. As far as sustainability. What was the specific question? Oh, how do you? Right, I had another example, but I think that you can't have it both ways. You can't. Why would I, as a developer or contributor, want to give to your project intellectual property that you're then going to go sell, and so on? So, I think you can't have it both ways. You can't be the canvas of higher education or the Aleutian. I have just a slide of the Aleutian website, GitHub repository, and the README, it says, "We love collaboration, send us all your fixes." Well, why, if I was campus CIO, would I pay my staff to develop fixes and contribute back that I then have to relicense next year, those fixes? So I think it's sort of, the sustainability model isn't about funding. I think the idea of soft money won't last, right? So I think higher ed's in a unique position is that the work that's being done in open source is that byproduct. You're primarily there in a research endeavor, and you're not there to produce software. If that's what if you're going to grad school to start a business, then do that. If you're going to grad school to work in an environment that's inherently about peer review and collaborative co-creation around research, then do that. So you can't do both, in my opinion. Maybe somebody else has a different thought.
Yeah, I would just like to point out that there are a million different business models for open source and free software, okay? And so what you really need to do is, as you determine your project, you have to think about what is the business model that you want to have. And there really is no reason why you can't have a business model that allows open source and free software to happen at the same time that you have a way of making money off of it. Okay? In fact, the history is wrote with closed source projects that failed because they never reached the volume necessary to sustain them. And that's where open source really has an advantage, okay? So you really just have to think about your business model. There's a million articles out there that you can look at or read or books about it. You need to think about that. But you can make money with free software. There's a company called Red Hat that proved that.
So I completely agree that you can make money with open source software, but you don't make that money by selling a software license. You make that money through services that support the software. So Red Hat doesn't, they're selling you support services, they're allowing you to access tools that are built specifically by them to support the Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So I agree that you can make money off open. There's a great research by, I forget his name, at Molson School of Business at McGill or Concordia, I forget, in Montreal. And when I was at OSI, we worked with them to identify open source business models, or business models that work with open source. So I completely agree that there's tons of companies that are making money and through the use of open source software, but it's not by licensing open source software. So if your business model is to create a really bitchin' software that came out of your research, selling that, it's not open source. You might sell services, training, data collection and analysis using that, all sorts of things, but you're not going to sell the software. Is there another question?
I'd like to, I'm not sure if it's, okay, there we go. I'd like to kind of transition from the commercial side and present the flip side. I work for a company that has an open source history. My project is uniquely closed source because I work for Canonical. I'm the lead of the Canonical Academy project, so we're making exams. I can't open source my exams because then people can't, Anyway, so what I'm trying to do is create an open source component for the community alongside it. And what I've been looking into is actually open sourcing educational units, RLOs, reusable learning objects. Why, and this is something I've found at a lot of institutions, why aren't we discussing open sourcing education itself getting rid of LMSs and leaning into XAPI, leaning into Tin Can, things where we don't actually need an LMS. You have a unit, you need a way to present it. Well, we know how to make web pages. You need a place to store it. We know how databases work, and you need a way to keep a grade book. We know how authentication and logging works. Why are we still talking about LMSs in this day and age? Why are we still talking about SCORM when we decided in 2015 that SCORM was antiquated? Is there something I am missing being outside of the higher ed conversation?
No, I think the reason that we still hear about LMSs is because there's billion-dollar companies selling LMSs to universities.
But if, for instance, a company that has made money in open source, we're able to create, we have an open documentation academy for contributors doing docs. I'd like an open education academy for contributors who create educational models. If there were a company willing to support that, is that feasible, or is this just a dumb idea that everybody else has already rejected?
I have thoughts, but I think somebody wants to respond in the audience, so I will.
I was just going to start with a response for the middle ground that he was talking about. There are, I don't know which hexagon, Patrick, it is, but there are organizations to make money. It depends on how you define making money. If you're a faculty member and want to go through the retention, tenure, and promotion process, then if the institution supports a contribution as software, in addition,
I would love that.
well, we have that with like R OpenSci, and now we have Pi OpenSci. I don't know if there's a Julia OpenSci, but so there are meso hexagons in that mix. To answer your question, I'm going to be honest with you. We have hollowed out, especially in California where I work in higher ed, we have hollowed out tech development. If you look at org charts in a university, most of those people don't know anything about any part of technology. Even in IT departments, some parts of network management is outsourced in some cases. There's just enough, this isn't an excuse, it's a leadership choice. And the choice has not been, we talk about LMSs because we need them, but we don't have people or desire to program them. Instructure is all Ruby on Rails with increasingly amount of TypeScript on the client side. So the whole thing is open source. And we pay for it so it can run 24/7, 365 on Amazon Web Services. We created 90% of all those technologies in higher ed, as Patrick pointed out, but we don't run them because our choices for funding, for leadership, even in progressive California, have been different. Okay? And, the main focus on my campus is make sure every web page is accessible by April 24th, 2026, because that's when the Title II requirements drop. I mean, there's a lot of other things to do on a campus. So this is a longer talk, which is why the cocktails might be helpful. But
And if I could,
the institutions have to decide that they want to do all of this. If it were me, it would be full stack open source across all disciplines.
so sign our letter.
I already did.
And I just add, so that's,
Sorry, I don't have a very good answer.
but it's not a new problem. So if you think of, Thomas Friedman, right? We're only going to have, 10 universities in the world, and everything's going to be a MOOC, right? Remember that? We're going to have all these, Coursera and edX, all these things are going to be these amalgams of the best teachers and professors in the world. We're going to create the best content. We're going to aggregate them on demand, and students were going to be self-motivated, self-directional learners who just find this stuff and do their own thing, and credentialing and badges were going to be the way we're going to go. Remember all that? And now, how many here, if you walked into your provost's office and said, hey, I want to start a MOOC, you'd get kicked out My concern is that the OSPO is going to be the MOOC of 2027 or 2026, where what happens if we don't get university buy-in, if we don't have full stack, if we don't have folks that are engaging in open source authentically, that it's just seen as the next round of grant funding coming from Sloan and other places. What's going to happen when we say we want to do an OSPO? So I think there are, you remember learning object repositories like Merlot? That still exists, but there's just not the commercial incentives. Elsevier tried to do open class, and they were going to push in all their content from their books. So I think that's always been an idea, but it's never had the
Remember,
money.
there's no such thing as a university. They're all multi-universities. And so most of what Patrick is talking about is the learning side of the university. But I can guarantee you, if you're working in finite element analysis, computational fluid dynamics, molecular dynamics, speaking with my NSF shirt on here for a moment, everything's open source. The only thing that isn't open source is the stuff we're working on to make it open source, like CUDA and using OpenCL rather than using NVIDIA's drivers. But on things like the National Research Platform, we have every single thing is open source through the entire stack.
And
So on the research side, it is pretty much done.
And the Pose grants
This is
highlight that
mostly
this
the
is an
teaching
expectation that this will be open source. David Wiley, who's on the list here, started Lumen Learning. I don't know if you know David, but Lumen Learning is a open content development group that is trying to create individual teaching and learning activities and expose them outside of the LMS, to your point. I agree completely. When I was at SUNY, we had something called the Learning Management Operating System. We tried to but we were in the system and wanted to create where we weren't dependent on one LMS. And it's just campus CIOs weren't interested, contracts in order. That's what CIO means now. Contracts in order. That's all. And as a former CIO and CTO, I'm allowed to pick on the community. Any other questions?
Do you see any of this in K-12?
Yeah, so I'm also a former my school board member for my school district, and K-12 is saddled with the same as a lot of public institutions in that their IT procurement is mandated through procurement offices, where there's perceived benefits through group purchases through the state. So in New York, where I live, the first thing you do in order to avoid an RFP, an RFI, putting together a search committee or a tech committee on this thing, is I'm just going to buy it off state contract. I don't want to have to deal with all this. And in fact, you have to provide a justification for not acquiring something through state contract, because if the state contract is there and every other school district's licensing fee drops because another 50,000 students from this district joined, that's a benefit that they see that, they're facilitating. When I was at UMass, I was a CTO for UMass Online was coming up with Blackboard, which just bought WebCT, but UMass thought it was bulletproof because they bought a perpetual license for WebCT, but Blackboard said, well, great, you can have a perpetual license for this thing we're never going to develop past 2010, so go for it. So obviously that wasn't a choice. So we had to go through a whole RFP process, and Moodle was one of the candidates. But the problem was that if UMass Online went to Moodle, it wouldn't need Oracle anymore. Oracle would then not be as pervasive across the system, which would have, the total seats would have dropped, which means that the price per seat would have gone up for the other campuses. So the other campuses in the 17 campus system that was using, resources, all would see an increase in their Oracle licensing because the online campus was no longer participating. So it's things like that. So K-12 suffers because of the benefits of consortium buying at the state level. That's just one issue. I could go on over drinks.
Okay, and sorry, I can't attend drinks because I'm speaking at SCaLE. So next time. My other question is, so in commercial education, for lack of a better way of explaining what I do, we're feeling a lot of tension in terms of machine learning to create customized experiences experiences, which is another reason I want to get away from LMS and LuxP and make it just a data that is presented. Are those sorts of tensions also being experienced in higher ed, or is that something out in the future? Is there the idea that you can just have a basic web app that is fed educationally by these other things? I know IEEE is working a lot on that in the federal space, and I'm just not sure if that's in higher ed yet.
Yeah, I don't know if there's specific platforms or technology. How are we doing on time? Are we? 10 more minutes.
Sorry, I won't take that.
No. So if you would have gone to EDUCAUSE conference, I don't know if you've been to, anyone been to the EDUCAUSE conference? If you walk into the Shark Tank, I mean the exhibit hall with all the vendors in there, in 2012, you would have seen open source, open education, OER everywhere. It was like last year when I went, it's all AI, right? AI. I felt bad. I walked by one of the booths of the vendors that sell furniture, classroom furniture, and I'm like, how are you competing? You don't have any AI furniture. Nobody's stopping by your booth. You better put something up. So there's this, so AI, whether or not they're going to do anything with it, it's pervasive in the marketing. I think that the LMS vendors, any of the enterprise application vendors are selling something about AI and all the rest of it. So I don't know if there's anything behind it other than making sure that they don't look like they're behind the times. There's more and more walled garden. If you look at the business model of LMSs, they're expanding, so they're becoming ERP systems, they're becoming, recruitment tools, they're becoming, their scope is growing because they just want to capture more of that market, become more ingrained, where their universities are dependent upon these things. They want to, that's why they're offering their cloud hosting and their data is all being, so it's, I don't know how authentic it is. I'm sure they're saying that they want to do it, but I don't know. Most of them are going bankrupt. I mean, like Anthology went bankrupt, and now Blackboard's its own company. Where's Instructure going to go? They've got tons of campuses already. How can they increase their revenue? Al Essa, on this article that I referenced here, has a great article on enterprise systems. Is the LMS now a commodity? So if you want to look that up, he's got a great article on discussing sort of that in the age of AI.
I think we have time for one more question.
Well, if anyone would like to, thank you all for coming, and if anyone would like to continue the lamenting the state of ed tech, and you need to drown your sorrows, I have a ticket for a coupon for a free drink at our event tonight if you'd like to join us. But thank you all.
Let's give another round for... Our next talk is going to be around 11:15 by Mad Dog Hall, open source in community higher education. So come around for that one too, please. Oh, and the slides for Patrick's presentation will also be available on the website later.
Still talking, still talking, still talking. Oh, there we go. That's good, okay. It's coming there. I'm at the right res. All right, no problem. We still have a few minutes left, so I'm going to start at 11:15 so the recording can do then. While we're waiting, I'm going to point out this gentleman, Patrick Mason, who's handing out free drink tickets for the thing on the patio tonight. You get a drink, and so if you're interested in going, having a beer and talk about education and open source software, he'll be in the back giving those out. I'll make another announcement later on. We have to help each other out here. When they make these things for your head, I wish they would consider the fact that some people have larger heads than other people, you know. I mean, it's just barely hanging onto my right ear, so.
Mr. Hall, did you want to use the mic instead?
No, that's even, I purposely picked this so I don't have to worry about holding a mic or anything. Let's see, we still have 5 minutes left. No, not today. Maybe. How many of you, is this your first time to SCaLE? Oh, welcome. How many of you have been to SCaLE, say, more than 5 times? Good. Okay. Anybody here who has been programming earlier than 1969? Okay. I'm sorry, sir, you in the back, raise your hand. You don't look old enough to have been programming before 1969. I'm sorry. You'll have to show me your bona fides on that. Okay, I'm going to start to stand up. For me, that takes some time. And then, come on, where are you? Oh, wait a minute. That's very strange. Hello, everybody. My name is John Mad Dog Hall, and I'm the board chair emeritus of the Linux Professional Institute. That, at $350, will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks almost any place. For a lot of you who know me, I've been in free source, free software and open source for a long time. But before that, I was programming back in 1969, and that's when we just called it software. And I've had a wide variety of different jobs in industry and higher ed and volunteer stuff along the way. But the most important part, I think, is that I did teach at the university level, and I enjoyed doing it. Now, a lot of people know me from when I started with the Linux project of Alpha Linux, and maybe they remember me from before that when I was working in 1986 with Richard Stallman in the Free Software Foundation. However, I really started with programming and electronics a lot earlier than that, and I had 3 years of electronics class in high school, analog electronics, coils and capacitors and things like that. And then I went to Drexel Institute of Technology, which changed over to Drexel University. It was interesting because it was a private school, but it had cooperative education, which I believe in a lot. And halfway through my curriculum of electrical engineering, I got involved with computers. And I found that I was much better at computers than I was at electrical engineering. And so I switched over to a course that was half business and half engineering. And this made a big difference in my entire career. We just did some computer things back then because we didn't really have computer science. It was more like computer black magic. We were stumbling along in the dark. And there were some people in academia and research that were doing great things, okay? But we were just, trying to get along back in those days. And I got a lot of my education simply by reading books and studying and practicing on little computers like the DEC PDP-8, and learning PDP-8 assembly language, and then later on PDP-11 assembly language and IBM assembly language, just reading books and practicing. I started the Drexel Computer Club because nobody else had even thought of doing that. And then I discovered and interacted with DECUS, the Digital Equipment Corporation User Society. Now, back in those days, we had a lot of these. There was Share for IBM and Brainstorm for Novell and things like that. And these were places where people would write software for their own use because they needed it. They were not professional programmers. They were physicists and chemists and business people and academics and electrical engineers who wrote software for their own use. And then when they had this software, they said, well, what am I going to do with this? Because selling software is hard work. And that was not their business. And so they would contribute it to DECUS. And then DECUS would make a catalog and publish it and send it out. You would pay $15 for the catalog, and that was a lot of money for a college student back in those days because for $5 you could buy a pitcher of beer. And so you had a choice between getting this catalog of free software or 3 pitchers of beer. And I think you can see what direction I would go in. But this was what DECUS did. And when you got that software, you could then make copies of it on paper tape that you buy from the school store, distribute it to your friends for $1 a piece, and after a while you would make back your money. And so I became the first Red Hat. So we have to ask ourselves, what is a university education? What do universities actually do, okay? And the first thing that they do is they develop a curriculum. And that curriculum is looked at by various certification organizations and industry and everything else, and they make comments on it and everything. But you have the curriculum that you should be doing. And then they create coursework for that curriculum to be able to teach those courses to the students who are coming in. And then finally, they certify those students as having learned something, through tests, through projects, and things like that. And eventually you end up with a diploma. But this is not what the university is actually doing. Because when you really look at it, what they're really doing is they're teaching you how to learn on your own. You know, when you're in high school, if it doesn't come out of the teacher's mouth, it's not going to be on the test. I knew students in high school that never opened a book. They just listened to the teacher in class. And they would get good grades on their courses. And that's why when they hit university, all of a sudden they were lost. Because the professor would come in the room and say, here's the syllabus, there's the textbook, there's the library, there's the people to talk to, you got to do interviews, stuff like that. I'm just your guide, goodbye. And they would go, and they would maybe do research and stuff like that. But that's why you have such a high failure rate in your freshman classes. Now, let's take a look at each one of these things in detail. You have developing a curriculum. So the professors and the university talks with industry leaders. They say, what do you need in the future? You see as far out as you can go. Oh, by the way, we're looking at all this research, and this is stuff we need. You know, AI is the newest thing, of course. And you also have these organizations like the Association of Computing Machinery and the IEEE who work along with this to do some of their certifications of this curriculum to say, these are the things that we see with all of our members and everything in the way of going. And there are a major project of these two groups. They're coming out with a series of curriculum that they publish in PDFs, free to pull down off the net. And these curriculum will guide you as to what the prerequisites for each course is, what each course is supposed to teach, where it fits inside of the curriculum and things like that. But what they don't do is they don't say to you, you have to use this operating system. You have to use this Office package. You have to use this compiler. You have to use this. They don't say that to you. That is left blank. And so it's for you to fill in, you, the professor. Then you have to create for each one of those courses the coursework for that curriculum. Which textbooks should you use? Now, how many of you have ever used a Dragon book to learn compiler theory? Oh, all the rest of you, you're lucky. Because the Dragon book actually started out as two books. One was written by Al Aho of Bell Labs, and the other was written by Jeffrey Ullman of Stanford University. And those two books together were the first two books I ever tried to learn compiler theory from. They cost $300 for the set back in 1969, okay? Well, Jeffrey and Al knew that was too expensive, so they combined the two of them into the first Dragon book, and it was incomprehensible. They even admitted later on it was incomprehensible, and that's why everybody was lucky enough to use maybe the second version of the Dragon book, okay? Which they did a much better job of smoothing out the edges. However, Lewis Rosencrantz and Stearns in digital compiler design was actually what the first book I taught out of, and it was immensely easier to learn from than the Dragon book. So you pick out a textbook for the course, and you look for magazine articles, and now articles off the net and stuff to give to your students, and you think about projects that they should do. These are the teaching materials that you then put into a little file, because when the certification people come along, they're going to want to look at all the tests that your students have taken, the grades they got for those tests, and things like that, to make sure that you're doing a good job at teaching these courses. And you also have sample tests that you stick in your little folder, because the next professor that comes along will really appreciate having all that stuff, because this is the first time they've ever taught that course. Maybe they're a new professor. They have to teach 3 courses at the same time. And to come up with all this stuff for 3 courses is a lot of work. If they have that little folder, they appreciate it. Then you certify that the students have learned through class participation, through projects, through tests. You not only test what the students are learning, but you test how the teachers are teaching. Because if you start looking at the bell curve for the answers to your tests, and you see that most of the students are flunking, and otherwise these are otherwise good students, and most of them are not doing well in the test, well, is it because you're not creating a good test?
That could be a possibility. Maybe you're not lecturing to get across the information to them. That's another possibility, okay? So the tests are actually for the professor as much as they're for the students. Am I getting this across to the students? Are they learning what they're supposed to learn? Now, certification agencies like Linux Professional Institute periodically review their certifications to make sure they're keeping up to date with what industry is using, what people feel that they should be learning, and things like that. And they get sample works from students to be able to see what they're doing and how their tests are going. And this is the problem. This is the difference between grade schools out of the teacher's mouth, that's not on the test, and universities, I don't really have the time to teach you everything. And this is because universities are not to prepare you for a job. I am tired of universities coming to me and saying they have to use Microsoft Office because Microsoft Office is used by all of industry. I say, I'm sorry. Your university, you're teaching civil engineers to build bridges and buildings and stuff like that. You're teaching aeronautical engineers how to build airplanes that don't fall from the sky. You're teaching brain surgeons how to do brain surgery. And yet you say that your students can't learn how to use Microsoft Office in a single day. I don't mean be expert at Microsoft Office, okay? I don't mean that they know 99.99% of all the features of Microsoft. I mean, just to be able to edit a simple document. You can't tell me that your students are too stupid not to be able to pick up Microsoft Office and learn what they need to learn in a single day. You can't have it both ways. They're either smart or they're stupid. And if they're stupid, get rid of them. So this is what the Bachelor of Science is, okay? They teach you how to learn. Then your master's degree allows you to go deeper into a topic. I mean, you can have an undergraduate degree in civil engineering, and then you can get a master's degree in electrical engineering. You don't have to take all the courses and stuff like that. You could just take your master's degrees, maybe 1 or 2 extra courses to bring you up to speed, and boom, you have a Master of Science in electrical engineering. To go into that depth and at a higher level. You don't have to talk to the students at the same low level as you did because they're not coming out of high school anymore. They've already learned how to learn. That's what your master's degree is for. And it's preparing you to go for your PhD. It's preparing. Some master's degrees require a thesis, some don't. Some just say classwork. Some require a thesis to allow you to investigate how to do the research that goes into a PhD. And then, of course, your PhD is a culmination of that. It's how we move science and technology forward, okay? You become the expert in that subject that people around the world will read your PhD thesis and say, okay, now I understand what's going on. Or you prove that something doesn't exist. That's almost just as good because then nobody ever has to investigate that again, okay? You become the expert in it. My undergraduate roommate graduated tops his class of electrical engineering at Drexel, and he wrote some of the first, or he created, or tried to create some of the first digital filtering circuits. Not analog filtering circuits using capacitors and coils and things like that, but using a digital circuit to be able to do digital filtering. And he went for his master's degree out of Boulder, University of Colorado Boulder. He got halfway through his master's degree when his PhD, when his thesis master's, looked at this and said, there's another student at another university that's doing exactly the same research, and they're coming up with exactly the opposite answer. And so they brought these 2 students together and had them argue in front of the professors. And fortunately for my college roommate, he won. The other student had to start all over again. So, then you go out, after you graduate, then you go out to work with a company. And you all know this. For the first 6 months, if you're working for a good company, for the first 6 months, they say, take your time. Get used to what we're doing. Learn how we do things. This is the time you learn to use Microsoft Office, okay? You got 6 months to do it. They won't fire you for the first 6 months. I mean, you can sit on the ground, in the middle of the ground, and twiddle your thumbs for 6 months, and they still won't fire you because at the end of that 6 months, they rate what you've done and either do one of two things. They either give you a nice raise, or they say, well, you're going to stay where you are, or they say goodbye. One of those things. But that's what happens. And I recently had a friend of mine who came out. It was his second job, not his first. But it was just something that just threw him for a loop. He'd never done this type of work before, and he kept saying to me, they're going to fire me, they're going to fire me, they're going to fire me. I says, no, they're not. They're not going to fire you. And I gave him the same talk I just gave you. And sure enough, almost to the day, after 6 months, they called him in. HR wants to see you. Called him in. You're getting a promotion. And he looked at me and says, how did you know that? And I said, 50 years in the industry helped me know that. Now, I'm going to put a very, very strong recommendation for cooperative education. If your university isn't doing that, you really should think about it. I spent 5 years at Drexel, but when I graduated, I had 1.5 years of practical experience. And it was during this cooperative education job that I took a correspondence course of how to program the IBM 1130 computer in Fortran. Now, this was Fortran spelled with all capital letters. It wasn't Fortran 2, Fortran 4, Fortran 90, Fortran 77, high-performance Fortran, threaded Fortran, none of that stuff. It was just Fortran. Arithmetic if statements, do it to me. And I learned a lot from that, from punching cards and practicing and doing it. And it is what brought me from electrical engineering, which I liked, into computer science. So what should we really be teaching our students? What should we really be learning? Principles, not products. Not teaching Adobe Photoshop, but teaching the principles of digital manipulation of photographs or raster scan things. You know, so you could be doing it with GIMP, or you could be doing it with Photoshop. You could be doing it with Adobe Illustrator, or you could be doing it with Blender. But the thing is, you should also be, that's the way you learn for a lifetime. Because no matter what product comes along, you can look at the product and say, I know what it's doing, I can see what it's doing, this is, all I have to learn is the proper key clicks and stuff like that. Now, I've had lots of arguments, with discussions maybe, with professors about the need to teach assembly language. They say, oh, we don't need to teach assembly language anymore because compilers are so good. And you have this abstraction level of virtual machines and emulators and stuff. So teaching the type of performance programming you're talking about is no longer necessary. And I'm sorry, you're wrong, okay? Because if you don't know how the computer works, you're going to be making mistakes in your programming, okay? And if you can't write efficient code, and efficient code means understanding what the process is going to be doing from one particular way of holding an alphanumeric character and converting that into a number, and how it works with cache and all that type of stuff, then your program is not really going to be optimized correctly. I'm not saying this is the first thing you should teach the students. You don't teach them assembly language as their first language. For God's sakes, teach them something like Python or something. I actually advocate shell script programming for Linux and Unix people. Teach them that, because the shell is already always there, and they can do amazing things with shell programming. And then after that, you can do Python. But then after that, it should be assembly language. Why? Because after you've had assembly language, then dereferencing a pointer makes a lot of sense. After you've had assembly language, then re-entrant, recursive programming becomes a lot easier to understand. And so, and teaching compiler theory or teaching operating systems design or teaching database design becomes much more trivial when you learn how the architecture of the machine works. It doesn't have to be a complex assembly language. It doesn't have to be like Intel assembly language like with all of its addressing modes and stuff. In fact, these days, I would recommend teaching RISC-V as an assembly language. Small number of instructions, small number of data types, but you learn all the things you really need to learn about how the machine works. And then finally, programming is just not enough. So all the people to go off and study how to write programming, how to write programming, it's not enough. You need to know the rest of the stuff, or at least enough that you can now talk to the people who need to have their programs done. So that you don't have to talk on the baby talk level to them, and they don't have to talk to the baby talk level to you. And this is why we've recognized that most people going through university need some type of programming, to be able to talk with programmers. Now we get to closed source versus open source. And this is where I point out to people that closed source teaches you one thing: how to use that program to solve that problem, okay? I have an image I want to manipulate, okay, I can use Adobe Photoshop to manipulate that image to there. Problem solved. But they don't tell you, it doesn't show you how Photoshop does that. It does allow you to improve Photoshop to meet your needs. This is stuff that open source or free software does teach you. So free software teaches you 3 times. Closed source only teaches you once. You learn a Microsoft operating system, you can see how to use it, fine. But you don't know how it works. I mean, you can see block diagrams and stuff like that, but how does it really work? And how can you change it if you really want to? And this is why I've been telling academics for close to 35 years, you should be using free software. And I differentiate between open source and free software. I'll tell you why I do that, because with closed source, you have some other problems. Maybe your student gets a free copy of closed source software to go on their laptop, and they get to use it for academic purposes completely free. But now they have a cooperative education job, and they want to use the same software at their cooperative education company, and the license does not extend that far. The license changes, and so now they have to buy a license from that company in order to be legal. And do you spend all of your time counting these licenses, or do you spend your time learning or teaching? And it's not just Linux. So when I taught operating systems, we didn't have all these operating systems I could point to, but if I was teaching operating systems today, I probably would start off with FreeDOS. Very, very simple, allows people to grasp in their mind the whole system. And then I might go to one of the BSDs, FreeBSD, OpenBSD, NetBSD, or TinyOS, or any one of the other open free software. So I can compare all of these different operating systems with each other. But it's not just about the operating systems. It's about databases. MySQL, now MariaDB, Postgres. Postgres, an extremely powerful free software database system. Video tools, audio tools. There's over 400,000 open source or free software projects out on the net that your students can look at, see how they work, learn how to change them, learn how to interact with them. When I started giving these talks, I used to talk about the 300,000 programmers that are now represented on places like GitHub and GitLab. Now there's 2.6 million programmers, okay? But it's also not just about software. It's about open hardware. The Raspberry Pi people, the professors at Cambridge, when they started the Raspberry Pi project, they started it because they recognized that the students coming into their classes knew less about how computers worked than the students of 20 years before. Because 20 years before, they had things like the VIC-20 or the Amiga and stuff, and they would open it up, and they would look at it. They would bring, basic source code down. They'd get syntax errors. What the heck is that? They'd get runtime errors. Why is it doing that? They'd have to fix this stuff, and they learned from that. And the students coming into their classes now would buy a laptop that has a sticker on it that says, you open this up, you void your warranty. And they download programs and they run them. They don't get syntax errors, and they don't know how to fix the problems that they do have. And so the professors at Cambridge said, we need a little computer system that is purposely made without a case. It is purposely made to run free software. Because we want our students to be able to know as much as they did 20 years ago when they come into our courses, so we can start from there. And so we need to have open hardware, and this means even the circuit designs of these systems have to be open. The bill of materials for these systems have to be there, so you can look and say, oh, they're using this chip. I can get the circuit diagram and the circuit information of that chip from the manufacturer. I can see how that chip is actually programmed. And the printed circuit board layout, so maybe you can improve that. I'm working with a project down in Brazil called Caninos Loucos, this crazy canines in Portuguese. And they took a system that was developed by a company, and they made it run 30% faster. It used less power. It created less heat than a commercial company that was selling them by the thousands had done. FPGAs, I went to the same professor, the same department head there, and I complained about issues with ATI and NVIDIA and stuff, and I said, look, these people create GPUs, and you put them into an elevator, or you put them into an airplane or something like that, that has to last for 30 years or 40 years, and after a while they say, well, we've lost interest in that GPU, but we're not going to tell you how to program it. I said, this is ridiculous, because for low-level types of 3D and color mapping and anti-aliasing and stuff like that, you could do all of that with an FPGA. The professor looked at me kind of strange and said, you're right. And 3 months later, he had 2 graduate students create a virtual GPU that could pass all of the tests for anti-aliasing, color mapping, and all the simple things. It wasn't the fastest thing in the world, but your elevator doesn't need the fastest thing in the world. RISC-V is the newest implementation of this. If you try and develop something using an ARM processor, the first thing you have to do is talk to a lawyer, and then after that, you have to scrape up the money to do the licensing for the design. RISC-V, you just go ahead and start doing your design. There's emulators that will emulate the RISC-V instruction set, so even if you don't have a RISC-V CPU, you can write your operating system to it, or your compiler to it, and see the results. But we also need open culture, things like Creative Commons, to be able to allow people to make money from their culture, but also to use their culture in free ways. And in the bottom of each one of my slides, I have a Creative Commons license that says you can use this for non-commercial purposes. As long as you don't modify it, if you want to do either one of those things, use it for commercial purposes or modify it, come back to me, and I'll give you a different license. In our previous talk here, we talked about making money out of free software. And what I didn't mention is, if you look at the MySQL model, you had exactly the same software that was licensed 2 different ways. If you were able to obey the GPL and change it and make your changes known to other people and to end users, you could do that and pay nothing for it. But if you wanted to be able to change it and not publish your changes, not give it to end users, you had to go back to MySQL and get a second license and pay for it. And that's how you can make money off of free software. Okay? dual licensing. Then there's learning on your own. And when you find that curriculum and you go through all those classes and you look and you find all that information, you can learn on your own. And because they're using free and open source software and open hardware, the cost of that is very, very cheap. But you also have a community of people that you can ask questions of. And you have to use a little bit of common sense as to whether this answer sounds correct, or will you try it out, does it work, and stuff like that. But all of this is learning. You're learning the information. But now you want to sell yourself to somebody else. You need to have a way of showing that you know this, and that's where certifications come in. That's where your diploma comes in, okay? That somebody has looked at what you've done and said, yeah, you know this. But certifications are not enough. I mean, you can get lots of certifications these days on various languages and particular distributions like Red Hat Certified Engineer and all that type of stuff. Or there's a more generalized certification that things like LPI does. We're not vendor specific, we're not distribution specific, okay? But then you have certifications on products. And I'm sure we all remember Nortel. Nortel went out of business so fast, it was amazing, it was breathtaking. And all of the Nortel hardware, which of course still kept working, but all of the people that spent huge amount of times learning it and getting their certifications were out of luck. So what are the objectives of a certification effort? To come up with good certifications, to get feedback from people actually in the field as to what type of certifications are needed, at what level, and what questions we should be asking, and what they should be studying to get the certification. And a good example of that is the LPIC 303. That's our third level of a certification in professional certification at the Linux Professional Institute, where we publish all the objectives that you should be learning. And if you go down that list of objectives and you say, hey, I know that, I know that, I know that, wait a minute, I don't even know what that means. Well, that last one is probably, you probably should do a little bit of studying on. But if you go down all the objectives, you can look yourself in the face and say, I know what this means, I can do that, I can apply that. Then you can take the test and you probably will pass. But certifications are only a part of that. And what I recommend to students is they get involved with real live projects. Like I said, there's over 400,000 projects out there. There's something for everybody, you know? And so you can get a project that will allow you to show your expertise in programming and fixing bugs and things like that. And at the end of the time, you can submit that and say, hey, Mr. or Mrs. Employer, you can see my code. You can look at the mailing list. You can see the discussions we've had. You can, and this is the same as working for a company and doing the same thing. In fact, it's better because try and get that type of information out of the company you're working for, right? You're lucky to be able to get a letter of recommendation, much less have them be able to look at the code that you wrote and the suggestions that you made. You can also get recommendations from the supervisors and peers. I suggest to people, do projects for nonprofits. Does your church need a website? Do they need systems administration? Do they need a firewall put up? Do they need a database? Work with your church and get a message from them, or a nonprofit, whoever they are. It doesn't care. And then you write blogs and articles, and you get known in the industry for what you're saying. Sure, you'll get a lot of people who will come back and argue back and forth with you, but after a while, you'll start to create a name for yourself, and you may even end up talking at SCaLE. I knew Mark Shuttleworth when he started Ubuntu, okay? And what he did was he took the entire Debian mailing list down to Antarctica on a laptop for 9 months. He sat in Antarctica for 9 months, and I guarantee you he wasn't just looking at penguins. And when he came back, he said, I want you and you and you to come work for me on Ubuntu. He didn't need to call HR. He could see the people that he wanted to have come work with him. More ways to get started. I already mentioned gratis work for nonprofits. Learn the subject and teach and mentor it to someone well. I took compiler theory twice. I already mentioned the books I learned from, okay? But I took compiler theory twice, almost flunked it both times. But I made it through, but then I had to teach it. And there's one thing about teaching it. You can't sit there and say, the professor won't ask me the question on the exam. You can't say, I can get that question wrong, I'll still pass the course. You have to know it cold. And I would spend hours and hours with books laid out in front of me as I went through each chapter in doing my preparation until I knew it cold. I've taught compiler theory 10 times in my life. I haven't taught it for 20 years, but I can walk up to a blackboard today and tell you how a compiler works. So teaching makes you learn it. And start this cooperation with your friends. Maybe you can take some free software from different places and make a product out of it. Have a business plan for it. Know how you're going to make money. And don't be afraid to fail. Someday, you may be an old fart. I've asked SCaLE to create an old farts BOF. I think it's going to be tomorrow night. Hopefully, it'll be after my next talk, which will be tomorrow, and I hope they let me have beer. But as an old fart, you'll find out that your degree that you got back in 1973 is really not as relevant today as it should have been. Because computer security was locking the door at a computer room at night, graphics was putting ASCII art on line printers, and networking was carrying a box of cards down the hall. But because you learned how to learn on your own, you always kept yourself going. I had one student who recently retired from Cisco. I taught him over 35 years ago, or 45 years ago actually. And he wrote me an email. He said, I want you to know that your course was the last time I ever had any formal instruction in the classroom. And he retired as a manager from Cisco. So certifications can bring you back. Maybe you're a COBOL programmer from the 1960s or 70s. You know how to program. You know how to interact with users and stuff like that. But now you need to know another language, okay? Or you need to know something more. Certifications can refresh that knowledge without having to go back to formal education. All of that having been said, I have people come up to me all the time and say, should I go to university? Is it useful for me to go to university? Some people, quite frankly, no. They are self-driven, self-motivated, self-learning from the get-go. And they can get a job through any of the things I've mentioned, right? But on the other hand, the university is where you meet up with other like-minded people, you exchange ideas, and maybe you find out that you're given a chance not to go down the path you thought you were going to go down, but there's another path that's almost as good or maybe even better. And you meet people who could be lifetime friends. But you're the one who is in control. You're the one who makes the decision. Look at all of the options, make your decision. There was this event, it was held every year, it's called CeBIT, held over in Hanover, Germany. It was the largest computer show in the world. And I went there first as a representative of digital and then as a representative of the Linux community. And the last time I went there, I had 3 people come up to me. And the first one came up to me and said, I listened to you 5 years ago, and I learned free software, and it's made all the difference in my job. Another one came up the next day and said, I listened to you 10 years ago. I started doing free software, and now I'm the chief technical officer of my company. And the last person came up on the last day of CBIT and said, I listened to you 15 years ago. I started my own company, and I employed 60 people. We're doing all free software projects. And that is what kept me going all these years. Those type of people coming up to me and saying, I read your book, Linux for Dummies. You know, I had a person recently sent me some email. It says, I have to apologize to you. I've been meaning to write this letter for the last 10 years. When I was a teenager, I didn't have any money. And I didn't have any direction of going. And so I saw your book in the bookstore, and I stole a copy. It says, and that got me started on the free software. And over the years, I bought books, I gave away books, and things like that, but I always kept your book. And attached to this letter was a picture of his daughter holding up the Linux for Dummies book. And I wrote back to him, and I said, I forgive you. And not only that, but I know the Wiley people, the publishers, and they forgive you too. And so we met at FOSDEM this year. He came to FOSDEM. We met. He is the security officer for Amnesty International, and he is a very strong advocate for the LGBTQ community. And so, yes, I forgave him. And I asked these type of people to write articles for the LPI blog of their time and their path to free software. So with that, it's the end of my talk. I'll try and answer any questions you have or any opinions. It's fine. I have a thick skin, but I'll be right. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for that presentation. Yeah, if anyone has any questions for him, please raise your hand and I will run to you with the mic.
It's another question. You said that opinion counts as well, right? It's like gigantic thank you for this talk. It's like literally every word resonates. My talk today is the last one in this, and honestly, I had no idea what you would be talking about, but like half of my slides, like I did not copy them, but the ideas are the same. I am like so grateful that you are promoting all these ideas about importance of open source software in education and about what is the higher education and like teaching people to think. And I still cherish my assembly program on IBM 370 assembler.
It was an awesome assembly language.
Yeah, you know, it makes me feel good when you still think it was worth it. Yes, I think it was. Thank you so much.
Welcome. I'll also point out that my first job was for Aetna Life and Casualty, an insurance company doing programming, and I was using the equivalent of virtual machines in 1973. So, yes, Lee.
You mentioned FPGAs. I know you do that on one of the units down in...
You have to hold your microphone up to your mouth.
You do the FPGAs.
Mm-hmm.
You have a unit in Sao Paulo. Has it ever come up to America, and is it possible, and why don't people use more FPGAs in their systems?
I don't know why, okay? However, there's a large use of FPGAs in the RISC-V community because it allows you to simulate the hardware before you cast it into silicon. Now, FPGAs are, if you're doing small number of units, then FPGAs are less costly, you know, but once you get into actually large-scale production, 1 million units or more, it makes sense to go over to an ASIC, particularly when the model that you're doing is very small. So for example, if I'm creating a CISC processor, like an Intel processor, by the time you put all of the microcode and stuff into that processor, you know, it's huge, okay? And that has to be done on a piece of silicon that you want to get at the 5 nanometer or even the 2 nanometer level. That's expensive. But with RISC-V, the core processor is so small that you could put like 50% more processors onto the same silicon, or maybe twice as many or 3 times as many, and therefore the cost per processor goes way down. It's more than just the cost. It's the amount of heat generated by flipping all of those transistors. You know, as you turn up the clock, it's, you know, the number of transistors that are sucking up power increases dramatically. So it creates heat, it uses power, and I think it's only just a matter of time that the RISC-V processors are going to come up to be the speed of ASICs, you know, or other types of ASICs. So, you know, but FPGAs are kind of interesting because on the Mars lander, the first Mars lander we had going around, it was designed so long ago that they could only use Intel 386 processors, which were incredibly slow by today's standards, and it was too slow to do a lot of the things they needed. So they had 2 Intel 386 processors, one as a backup in case the other one failed, but they had 40 FPGAs. And so what they would do is they would program the FPGA to do a specific thing, like compress a frame of graphics or something like that, and do the compression and then turn it off. And they could do that in between frames, okay? And they could also use it for vision processing, so to see what was going, because the Mars rover is just going really slow, okay? So they could use it to do vision processing and stuff like that. So they could program it to do different things very fast. And no, I just think we are going to be able to have more FPGAs. My goal would be to have an FPGA that could do USB, you know, protocol, an FPGA that could do FireWire or, you know, other types of encryption. The University of Sao Paulo has a RISC-V processor that they've now taped out that has both an AI processor on it and an encryption processor on it to offload the RISC-V processor from doing that work. So, you know, I'm a big advocate of it, and as I said, I would like to replace a lot of the NVIDIA, I hope nobody from NVIDIA or ATI is here, replace those GPUs with an FPGA, and then you'd be able to maintain them for all time. For all time. Stop the churn, right, stop the churn. Next question.
Yeah, with so much free and open source software originating at universities, you know, the obvious ones like Linux at Helsinki and GNU at MIT, but even R and Python and Postgres. Mm-hmm. Do you have any suggestions on how to re-engage with institutions of higher education, both as developers and adopters of a free and open source software?
I mean, we're trying. You know, I keep, you know, it's interesting. I graduated from Drexel in '73. I almost flunked out because of my lack of higher mathematics at the time, okay? And about 30 or 40 years after I graduated from Drexel, I was asked to go back and talk to their physics department because they had just bought a brand new high-performance computing Beowulf system to do research in dark matter. And all the professors were sitting in the rows with their notebooks out taking notes. And I started off by saying, you have absolutely no idea how strange this feels. But when I was talking to them about what universities really did, I noticed that they were shaking their heads in the front row. It was like I'm reminding them that, yeah, the university is there to do research and stuff like that, that's fine. But they're also there to teach students how to learn. And it was just like light bulb went off. Yeah, we kind of forgotten about that. So, you know, I started mentioning when I started this talk about the idea that we have to train, we have to use the tools that people use out of society right now. Now, I can understand back in 1994, if I had gone to them and said, you should be using open source tools to teach this, that they would say, no, we need to use this. But you don't need to use Microsoft Office. You could use LibreOffice. You don't have to use a CAD system for everything you're teaching. You can use KiCad or any one of the open CAD tools, you know, to get started at least. And the more people that use those, then the more people who will do that third thing I was talking about looking at it and making it better, okay? Until finally the gap between the CAD tools that are they're closed source and the CAD tools that are free software or open source will disappear, okay? And this is one thing that's really making me happy these days, is because for a long time the desktop marketplace for Linux was 2 to 3%. Now it's 11%. And with things that Lenovo and other companies are doing, of showing people how much the software costs, that we'll see a large swing to free software. I wrote an article recently about Lenovo and how they're putting Ubuntu or Fedora on their laptops, and they have a side-by-side buying comparison. That a $780 piece of hardware, if you go down the Windows route, you could easily end up paying $590 more for that $780 notebook. That's a lot of money to buy something which is a commodity, which a lot of people really don't care about. So in the next, and the other thing about sovereignty, which is my talk tomorrow, there's a lot of European countries who are saying, hey, we have to be sovereign. We have to start being sovereign from the United States. But there's another part of sovereignty, and that is personal sovereignty. Do you own your computer? You may own the hardware, but do you own the software? Do you own the system? And with a lot of closed source software, the answer is no, you don't. And you never will. So I'm hoping in the next couple of years, we're going to see a lot of the people who said, no, market's too small, can't do it. We're going to change their tunes. For years, the thing was, I can't use Linux because there's no games for it. This really ripped me up, okay? I mean, I'm not a gamer. I don't use games. The last time I played a game was a venture on an LA36 hard copy terminal, okay? I played it about 4 times and said, oh, this is sick. But I use a computer as a tool. And therefore, I'm looking for the tools that can help me do my job. Gaming was not one of them. Now, my husband, he works for a gaming company, and that's fine. But now people can run games, a lot of games, on their Linux system, and more every day. And then as the desktop marketplace changes, you're going to see gaming companies say, of course we're supporting Linux. We're not going to give up 15 or 20% of the market, especially when we have tools for compatibility that are as good as they are. So things are going to change pretty rapidly, I think. Next question.
We have roughly 5 more minutes. Does anyone have any more questions?
He's wearing a Nextcloud t-shirt.
I am. I work for higher ed. We just did some interviewing for our next batch of student interns. One thing I've noticed from last year to this year is a downward trend in open source contributions, pull requests, collaborating with people, and an increase in students talking to agents to do their work. And I'm wondering how we can best encourage our higher ed students to talk to one another and get involved in open source?
I think you're going to have to take a leadership position in that. I am not a big fan of what people are calling AI these days, okay? I look at AI as actually an expert system, or what we call AI, as an expert system that is able to self-modify its tools and its rules for creating that. That is not an intelligent system, okay? An intelligent system can work from nothing and create a thesis about why something happens. That would be intelligence. How many of you have ever read the book, I, Robot? If you haven't, you should. It's a great idea. It started off with very simple robots that could take care of, you know, people and stuff like that. And in the end, it was a robot, or we think it was a robot that was so intelligent that it became the president of the universe. But they always had to follow 3 laws. The first law was you could never allow a human being to come to harm. The second law was it would have to follow the orders of a human being unless it caused harm to a human being. I forget what the third law was, but the whole book was about how when people strengthened one law, how it affected humankind, okay? It's worth reading. And I just look at the human mind with a number of neurons and synapses in them, the complexity of it, and we don't even know how it works yet. And so to say that we've created artificial intelligence, I have a problem with that. However, the other problem I have is going and using an AI system and having it come up repeatedly with the same answer that is correct. How can you maintain something when every time you run it through AI, it creates a completely separate, completely different project, different problem? I have a problem with that as far as certification goes in particular. So I would just have to say, you know, it's fine if you use AI to filter through lots of data and stuff like that, but I'm not really happy with AI actually generating code. We have a hard enough time with human beings generating reliable code, and that we're supposed to be intelligent. I don't know if I answered your question or not, but I think that universities have to take a leadership position on this. And I will tell you that when I was teaching, there was a couple times where I found students using things that were against the rules, and I kicked them out of school. It was hard. I didn't like to do it, but I had to do it.
I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, just so we don't have to end on that note. As an instructor who is in part teaching my students about how to become responsible open source ecosystem contributors, are there particular sorts of supplemental resources or textbooks about the process of contribution and being in that community generally that you recommend beyond specific projects contributor guidelines?
Yeah, I mean, there's a book by Jono Bono, who has been in the open source community a long time. He's been community managers of various communities, and he's written some books on how to make contributions and things like that. There's lots of articles on the web about how to contribute to open source projects. I recommend that a student go in and find a project that calls to them. Maybe they like audio, they may like music. There's lots of audio players and codecs and things like that you can look at as projects. And to go in and find their bug list and find the bugs, and fix a bug in the bug list and then submit it. And what will happen is the maintainers might come back and say, hey, yeah, you fixed the problem, but your code doesn't look like the rest of our code, and we have to maintain it after you're gone. So could you write it more this way? And you'll make another submission, but eventually they probably will accept it. And then you do another bug. And this time it'll be easier because you know how they think when they're accepting your bug fix. And after a while, they'll say, hey, you're pretty good at this. Would you like to write new code? We have this list of things we'd like to do, but we just don't have enough people to do it. So you can go ahead and write this new code. And then after a while, they'll say, you're really good at this. Would you like to become part of the core team? And I had a friend of mine who had been doing security for digital for a very long time. He was tired of doing security. And so he joined the Firefox team using exactly this method. Okay? So this is a way that you can get your students to come in. And there's nothing wrong with an undergraduate student coming along and saying, hey, my project is fixing bugs in this area, right? And they can get credit for it, right? Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you all for attending. The next talk will be around 12:30. Hope to see you there. Thank you, Mr. Hall, for that presentation.
Sure.
Wait a minute, turn this thing off.
Amazing talk.
Thank you.
So Linux Professional Institute, I guess this
Hello, everyone. Can I just get your attention real quick? I'm Patrick Masson. Apereo helped organize this education section or track, and we're also hosting a education pop-up, or I don't know, there's some cool term, but anyone who came to one of the sessions, we have a free drink coupon. I don't sell anything. We're a nonprofit, so we're just Apereo helps promote open source in higher ed. So if you're interested, I'm in the back. In between sessions, feel free to come by, and I'll give you a couple coupons for a cocktail.
I have 2 more because I think we have 2 more people.
And if John is taking one, you know it must be a good. I'll give you 3 of that. So feel free to see me in the back. Thanks, everyone.
If you come to it, I'll tell you a story about when I had a hospitality session at Newton one year where we had people.
Everyone, our next talk will begin in roughly 5 minutes.
good enough.
Afternoon, everyone. Pleased to announce Joel Needleman and Dex on their presentation. If you can give them all a round of applause.
All right. Well, welcome to Extreme Home. Wow, that's really loud. Okay. I'll just have to talk a little softer. I can't even see it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, technology. You just need to move it. Okay. Welcome to Extreme Home Labbing. This is modernizing infrastructure at one outage at a time. We are part of an organization called WCC Comps. There's just two C's. But we will be going over a couple things today that I think and I hope most people here are interested in, which is migrating to open source software from proprietary software. It's going to be an interesting talk. We have both the overview and then the technical part. So you will be getting it all. But first, let's do a little bit of background on About Us. So first one up is me. My name is Joe. I am a security researcher. I'm an educator. I also do SecOps by day, and I lead WRC CDC and WC Comps by night. What that means really is I technically manage the technical part. It's in the literal sense. All of the infrastructure, all the resources, and make sure things happen so students can compete, students can run events, and students can learn. I've been doing this for about 8 years. Things have changed a lot in 8 years, not necessarily from a software and technology standpoint, but there's a lot. It's grown. Students want more events, want more resources, and part of this talk is how we scaled when we were forced to migrate. Then next up is Dex.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dex. During the day, I'm a professional software engineer. I've been doing that for approximately the last 10 years. At night, I am a hardware security researcher, which really means that I love to buy hardware, I love to mod it, and I love to get it to do things that it was never intended to do. And I specialize in a field called high-performance enterprise-grade jank. And what that means is I love to go on eBay, I love to buy your old, outdated Dell PowerEdges, your old, outdated SANs, and whatever, and I love to mod them in order to get the best performance out of them for as cheap as possible.
And a lot of that's actually used here. You'll be seeing that a lot in this talk, so don't be afraid to buy it from eBay. Anyway, what is the problem? Why did we end up here? Why are we doing Extreme Home Lab? Well, simply put, and I stole this from Dex, we are the most overloaded VPS provider. Unlike most VPS providers where you can get more resources, we are academic, so what we have is what we have. And we have to beg, barter, and see what can, be found. if we have to expand, which makes it very problematic. But you may be wondering, and I'm just going to do a little interaction from the audience. How many people are familiar with WRC-CDC or CCDC in general? Wow, I think the entire, everyone here is a current or former competitor. That's awesome. So this is a redundant slide then. You don't really need to know this, but for the people watching this recording later, we're going to explain things, but I'm really glad to see the interaction from the community. So WCC is new. It's only existed for about a year, and mostly on paper. It is the Western Coalition of Competitions. Why did we name that from WRC-CDC? Because we are not just doing WRC-CDC anymore. We have expanded. We are doing WRC-CDC, PRC-CDC, which is Pacific Rim, unlike Western, and we are also doing Circus and a bunch of other competitions. Because of that, we need to do a lot more things. And this is really complicated because when CCDC started, it was a national event, which was a pilot. Then it broke into regions. We are one of those regions. And when I started working on this and trying to expand it, when Dr. Brown, who's in the front row, we had the idea that we wanted to make this bigger. And so we started with about 14 to 16 teams at qualifiers, and 8 teams got to move on to regionals. We are now averaging about 25 to 30 teams doing the qualifier, and that is just for the qualifier. For our events that we've been running, for what we call invitationals, we have been having over 40 teams compete from across the country. That's a huge expansion, and it makes things really difficult. So when you do these events, and you have all these schools and all these teams, one, you have to make sure virtual works. If you're doing a virtual event and you can't get in, the event sucks. So we have a lot of things that we have to do to make sure all of this works. In the past year with the collaborations, the calculation was we've had about 2,000 student competitors a year participating in our infrastructure and using our resources. So a huge expansion on the resources. What is the goal though, and why does SCaLE care? Well, clearly the audience cares because they know about CCDC, but the goal of this event and these events in general is to bridge the gap between industry and academia. You want something where students can learn in a safe environment and get all of that knowledge without risking getting fired. I mean, we still fire the students virtually at the end of the event, like you guys, are all fired, go home. But that's just for fun. We don't actually want students to be risking their actual careers learning something new. We want them to feel comfortable to break things, and sometimes that's our own infrastructure. And we want the ability to test new ideas. There's a lot of new things that you will hear and you hear during a conference like SCaLE. Those don't generally get picked up by most industries for another couple of years. We are bleeding edge because we'll just try something new. There's a subreddit called Self-Hosted, where every Friday there's new software that's all AI generated. It's great. We pick all that stuff up, whether or not it's maintained, and use it, because it's great. You sometimes get gems, sometimes you get real interesting things, but we try new things all the time for students. Sometimes for fun, sometimes for actual educational benefit. But the main thing is we are entirely volunteer run. Nobody gets paid here. All of our volunteers get paid in jokes, chuckles, and pizza, if we can afford pizza. So the volunteer team is very small and very dedicated. And we all do this because we were students sitting in the competition and we wanted to give back. So this is from regionals. This is our operations room. Sorry about the trash and mess. It gets a little chaotic and we kind of just stack things. But we average, unfortunately, about 50% turnover year over year for volunteers. It's not that it's difficult. It's just when you have a day job and you're being asked to do basically your second day job in the evenings, a lot of people can't handle it. That's no, slight on them. It's a lot of work. So we have to be able to handle these things where students can get that benefit, but also not overload the volunteers. So when I started working on this and took over, we had no concept of leads. There was a guy named James, and James was CCDC. if you ran something or you had infrastructure, you had any other issues, it was James, just the one guy. It was overloading for him. And so when I got the opportunity to take over after he had finished volunteering, I made it a point of making something called leads. You have your infrastructure lead, you have your scoring lead, you have all these different components where people who want to put in extra work can volunteer and do that extra work without having it all on one person. The leads are extremely dedicated. Dex here is the infrastructure lead. And all of that means they care. And so you make sure that the people who care are available and rewarded as much as you can. So make sure they have a hotel room to sleep in at the end of the day for the event. Things like that. But it is essential that these leads don't take on too much because then they burn out and then you don't have a lead and now it falls back to one person. This is probably pretty obvious for most people who've done any research or on managing teams effectively, but it's good stuff to reshare sometimes. The other thing is you want to make the learning curve low for volunteers because when you are working on things, for example, networking, and you have to know obscure Dell switch configuration, that becomes very problematic because not everyone can go figure out how to terminal into a switch and configure it. So part of this rebuild is what are the things worth purchasing and what are the things worth building out that are open source. We want to make sure that there's that balance there and that everything works. And I realize that I don't think anyone can actually read the text because it's very small on this projector. But sorry about that. I'll make sure the slide decks are available. But at the end of the day, it does take a village to make this work. This is one of our rebuild sessions. This was the dedicated team. You can see them in the audience here. These folks, some of them were new. They had never volunteered before. They just showed up and wanted to help. And so during these rebuild sessions, we'll get to that in a minute, we spent full days from like 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. where we were rebuilding and fixing infrastructure and just getting everything working. But that's not something you normally do. So why did we have to do that? Well, let's ask a hypothetical. What happens when you run a nonprofit, academic event and you can no longer afford those pesky licensing costs? Well, you could do something. There's ways, but, that becomes very legally ambiguous. And so we kind of avoided that, creatively. So how did we avoid that? Well, background, if we can save questions till the end, yep, thank you. Background on that, VMware was no longer VMware, and suddenly we did not have academic licenses. We had relied on academic licenses for VMware for years, and we suddenly didn't have them. We had a perpetual license for VMware 7 because we always meant to upgrade to 8. And then we couldn't upgrade to 8 because we no longer had licenses. So our infrastructure sat for 3 years almost being just VMware. And we were literally limping along. There were things just breaking. And at the event, the regional final last year, something amazing happened. Our certificates expired. And I raise a hand, how many people here know how to rotate root certificates on VMware infrastructure? 3 people. Yeah, and one of them is because we had to do it live. Yeah, this was a mess. So all of our infrastructure went out during an event, and that's always the worst time to have stuff happen. Maybe it's the best, but it really sucked. But all of our infrastructure was built for the VMware product. We had a SAN, we had hypervisors that were set up with no disks. They only used the SD because that's how VMware wanted you to set it up at one point. We also used Windows and Active Directory because it was easy. You just had academic licenses. Well, what happened before VMware, lost their licensing, for academic, was Microsoft got rid of that as well. So suddenly we had a Windows system that we couldn't reinstall ever. So we were stuck on Windows Server 2016, which wasn't too old really, but it wasn't really good. And we were locked into all these little proprietary voids that didn't allow us. And the other fun thing was we built everything as VM. If you wanted to install a new piece of software, new VM. It was really great. Only problem is that takes up a lot of resources. So what happens when you want to move away from VMware? Well, there's a few things that VMware is really good at, and still I think they're probably one of the best. One of those things is vMotion. When you want to load balance resources and you have thousands of VMs, vMotion just takes care of that. It's painless, it's almost completely seamless, and students don't notice. The other thing is our storage SAN was tiered, so we had flash storage, fast disk, slow disk, and that's really helpful for when you're running events because you want all those fast disks. And then, of course, the other challenge is you have to teach all of the volunteers all the new stuff because you can't have volunteers just being like, yeah, I'll figure it out while I go because you're having to run an event. Finally, rebuilding requires a lot of on-site time, which we can't easily get. So, you know, it was a choice and a challenge. The older operating systems were becoming a problem. We had so many security vulnerabilities. At one point, I think our red team for the event accidentally attacked our infrastructure and took it out. Not a good thing when you're running an event and not a good thing for security. Saying you're a security competition and you get hacked by your own team, not great. I mean, it's not the worst, but not great. The other thing was the Dell switches started becoming amnesiac. They would reset every time you rebooted them, so you just never rebooted them. These are types of things that are really a problem when you're trying to keep something working. And then finally, all of our gear that was Cisco was end of life, which also isn't great. So we wanted to do something better. And this is just a picture of one of the competition events. But a few of the resources that we provide and why we need all this working, we provide the largest archive of competition VMs and the largest resource of network captures, to my knowledge, on the internet. There's no one else that provides 16 terabytes worth of resources freely available. We've had grad students use our resources. We have had companies use our resources. It's all freely available, and it's generated for students. So, and then of course the competitions we run, we have to have stable resources. So we're finally to that home lab stuff, and let's go into it. So when you're building something you have to rebuild, now is always the perfect time to switch to open source because it doesn't get worse. The longer you wait, the more your software breaks. And at least you can have updated software that's free. You know it's going to be broken sometimes, but at least you usually have a community attached to it. And we wanted to try to give back because that open source community we utilize, but we didn't really give back. So all of our stuff going forward in WC Comps is all open source. Our GitHub repo has all the software that we custom build. All of the changes, all of the tooling, all the automated VPN, you can use Tailscale, you can use a bunch of different things. For web services, do you want to use Docker? Do you want to use Podman? There's a bunch of different choices that you can pick from. No answer is the wrong answer. We just settled on what seemed to work at the time, and completely untested, I might add. All of this software has trade-offs. For example, why did we pick Proxmox instead of Zen? Mostly because Proxmox is used by most of the students, and it has a bigger community. So then, what's next? Well, do I use Dockage or do I use Portainer? Well, Portainer is a lot more complicated and it's getting a little bit more paid, so Dockage it is. Is it the best software? Maybe not, because you can't really do like LDAP authentication or OAuth easily, but it's there. And then using a wiki, you know, people wanted Wiki.js, but we've been using DokuWiki, so we kind of just rolled with the different options until we had something that sort of worked. And that's the key thing about doing this. You have to iterate. We had to switch out software and have to change settings throughout the whole thing. Final note on Proxmox. A lot of people here may be familiar with Ludus. Ludus is a lab generation software that goes on top of Proxmox. We chose not to use it because it does not work for a competition. When you're building a competition, you're not building a lab. It has rules and how it designs things that completely don't fit with how you need to design a competition. For example, a competition, you need everyone to be able to communicate with each other. Ludus creates containers of networks, like they're all isolated. The other thing is the Proxmox API is really bad. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. As much as I love using Proxmox, the Proxmox API will randomly fail out with locks and not tell you. And it doesn't have clear instructions how to release those locks or retry. That's just a few of the issues. But so what we ended up having to do is build our own custom software with a ton of retries and waits. That actually worked for us, but it may not work for you. First run, everything crashed. Everything broke. Authentic, when we used it for our 30 volunteers, we could log in fine. When you have 300 people logging in at the same time, it just kept eating more and more RAM. We would double the RAM on the VM because it was running Docker host. It would go from like 8 to 16, then it needed more. We finally settled on like 64 gigs of RAM that day, and we were like, okay, it works. Authentic seems to have the philosophy of enterprise-grade software where you just stack stuff until it works. So if you need, you have 1,000 users, just keep adding more RAM and CPU until it works. That doesn't really work for a home lab because you don't have those constraints. So we had to go through a lot of optimizations to make that work. The DB was getting stuck on these weird slow queries. We couldn't figure it out. We had to keep flushing them. There were a bunch of strange issues. And then the final issue was the VPN was unable to stay connected, so teams kept dropping out. It was a lot of fun. I don't know if we panicked. Okay, we definitely did panic. But the solution that we came to was just throw more RAM at the problem for the time being. Second time we tested and load tested and we thought everything was fixed. Then when we started it, we used Netbird for our VPN, and it has this quirk. It's not really designed for academic events like this. When the users reconnected, and because they're the same schools, they were connecting to previous pods. So if they were team 1 in the first event and they were team 16 in the second event, they were still connected to team 1. So there were multiple teams on the same user accounts, which is bad for an event. And then we wrote some new software, didn't test it before we pushed it to prod, and when you stopped the scoring engine temporarily, it reset the database. So then the scores were gone. So we had to figure out how to restore our backups that were taken in increments of every like 15 minutes. But at least Authentic was working this time. You can get the idea. Third run worked a whole lot better. Everything was fixed, right? Nope. We crashed our core networking. The core router forgot its configuration. We forgot to give teams access to things because Proxmox had these policy rules that were time-based, but nobody was there to figure out how to update the time-based policy. Again, volunteer, you have to make it easy. So we ended up giving teams a competition start where they couldn't get into anything. That took a bit. But I'm sure it's fine now. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure it's fine. But, if it isn't, I think what we'll do is we're going to hand into Dex the fun that we did with optimizing and some of the stuff that we've learned. So Dex, up to you.
Oh boy. Everyone buckled in. We're going to go very quickly. All right, so the problem is, like we mentioned, we host approximately over 40 teams. So, at max, we can host 50 teams. Conservatively, let's say we have 10 VMs per team. That's about 500 VMs, right? If every VM has 2 cores, that's 1,000 CPU cores. If every one of those VMs also has 4 gigabytes of memory, that's 2 terabytes of memory. Our resources are a little bit substantially less than that. Our memory is actually not that bad. It's 2.21 terabytes, which means we can barely fit in, but that also doesn't count like our core services. Our red team's also running on that same infrastructure. So yeah, we're kind of redlining there if we're just kind of there. So the main problem is that, look, we are a nonprofit. We have a limited budget. We don't have enterprise scale budgets to scale out our hardware like everyone else would. And look, hardware just isn't plentiful anymore, especially now in the era of memory and everything else going on. It is very expensive. We can't just scale everything like an enterprise would. And of course, competitors don't care. If they access these VMs and these VMs are not very fast, of course they're not going to care why. They just care that their VM is slow, and they don't care, that we don't have the budget to scale up for that. So what is the obvious response to this? Our response is obviously to give up, right? Talk is over. Goodbye, everyone. No, obviously not. That's a quote from Wasabi that he told me multiple times while we were rebuilding. We don't have the budget. And so we kind of have to make do with what we got, right? So let's reconsider what's going on here, right? Our budget only controls hardware purchasing. It doesn't control the entire environment. And what do I mean there? Yes, the majority of your performance is coming from your hardware. 60-80% of your performance comes from your hardware. But software optimizations can actually bring you that last 20 to 40% of performance just to bring you over the finish line to get you to where you need to be. So, talked about this a little bit earlier. Yes, memory is expensive. I don't have a solution to that, unfortunately. I would love to have a solution to that. If you are a nonprofit, if you're a school, you can try going over to your IT department, ask very nicely if they're throwing away any servers, any old memory. Some e-waste orgs are also 501c3s. If you're a nonprofit, they might be willing to help you out there. But the core of the problem is still that we have a lot of competitors, we have a lot of VM, there's a lot of memory. We can't really get around that, unfortunately. But we can try to kind of fudge it a little bit, right? If we look at what exactly a typical environment for WRCC/DC is, you'll notice that we actually, each of these are individual team environments, right? We have one team over here, another team over here, and we're pretty much deploying the exact same VMs to every single one of the teams. And you'll notice that for each one of these memory regions within the VM, our kernel over here in Debian is the exact same as the kernel over here in this Debian VM over here. And same for all the other kernels, base OS services, the services that we put on top as our customizations. The only thing that really changes between the VMs is the competitor tools and services, what they're running on top of the VM. And so what we can actually utilize is something called kernel same page merging. And if you've already worked on the Linux kernel or you've touched Proxmox, you already probably know what this is. But what it basically does is it goes through and it merges similar pages within memory in order to kind of compress down the space that you are taking up. And we use this immensely during competition. This is one of the things that enables us to run this competition with the limited amount of RAM that we have. One note about this is that Proxmox only, well, Linux in general, the default is that it only takes effect at 80%. So that's why you'll see your memory creep up all the way to 80%, and it will stay there. That is kernel same page merging at work. And so we already talked about the memory problem. Let's talk about the compute problem, right? What do we need, ladies and gentlemen? Quality of service. When did we need it? That's right, yesterday. All right, so compute quality of service is kind of like network quality of service, right? If anyone here has worked networking, quality of service is basically taking a limited finite resource and parting it out in a kind of fair way, trying to ensure that everyone has equal access to the resource. So if I have, for example, a 100 megabyte pipe on my Wi-Fi, I'm going to limit the specific amount of connection speed for one individual down to, for example, 10 megabit per second, so that everyone has an equal amount of access to resources. Not one person can hog the entire thing. Same thing for QoS in terms of compute. That means that we are going to be parting out the compute resources so that everyone has a fair shot at using the VMs, which means that, unfortunately, yes, if you use a lot of compute during our competition, you're going to have a very bad time. Please don't run LLMs on our VMs. But this allows for everyone to have a nice time. And so how do we actually implement this? It is actually a systemd setting, which sets over your C groups if you've worked on the Linux kernel stuff. And all it is this little parameter here called CPU quota. And it is a percentage that you can assign for the amount of cores that you want to give to a specific process. In Proxmox, your VMs are considered processes because they run on QEMU. So the parameter in Proxmox specifically is called CPU limit. It sets CPU quota directly in systemd. During our competitions, we actually set CPU limit over to 2. And that's basically ensuring that everyone has access to at least 2 cores at one time, and then everything else. And then you might be saying, well, okay, what's the difference between that and saying 2 cores for the VM? This is your typical 2-core situation where you have your scheduler executing your task one after the other. We're assuming that each task executes in about the same amount of time. And we're seeing that the overall execution time is about T equals X. Now, in a quad-core situation, of course, we can have each of these tasks executing in parallel. We have 2 more cores to do the work in. So, of course, we can do the tasks in half the amount of time. But if you think about it from the QoS standpoint, we're doing all the work up here, and then for the rest of that time, we're actually blocking out the VM. We're blocking out the compute resources. And you might think, okay, well, what's the point of this? The average is still 2, right? Well, for a competitor in their VM, this actually means that they're getting a little bit more of a responsive experience. This means that whenever they're typing in a command and they hit enter, that means their VM responds in that moment. And therefore, their VM feels a lot faster than it actually is on average over a long period of time because it's responsive in that moment. So the Linux scheduler does kind of help us here. I'm not going to go over how it works, but basically, the more compute that you use, the more deprioritized you are by the kernel, and therefore, anyone who is using a lot less CPU, if they attempt to use like high amount of CPU compared to someone who's been using a very high amount over a base load, that means that the Linux scheduler will actually prioritize that lower process over the other one. So, all right, we talked about compute, memory, let's talk about storage. So, storage is expensive, same thing as memory, whoops. But here's the thing, right? Whenever we think of storage, we usually think of hard drive connected over to a server. But over here in virtualization land, the usual thought is that we're going to connect all of our storage over to network. We're going to use a SAN, we're going to use NFS, et cetera, et cetera. Because the thing is that, and this is our compute stack right now over at the WRCC DC data center, these bottom 6 servers over here are actually the physical servers that our competitor VMs run on. If we were to add hard drives to every single one of these servers, we would have to buy drives in batches of 6, right? So 1 terabyte over here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that just becomes cost prohibitive at some point. There's a scaling problem there. The advantage of centralizing your network storage means that I can buy a 20 terabyte drive, put it on a network storage, and then suddenly all of these servers have access to that storage now. It's magic. Now, there is something to be said that people will often say that TrueNAS is not great as a storage backend for your VMs. I am here to prove them wrong. TrueNAS is great as your storage backend for your VMs. It comes with a very nice GUI. It comes with all the configurations you need to set up all your networking stuff, your iSCSI if you want to use NFS, SMB, whatever you want to use. TrueNAS is great. It auto updates. It's very stable. But ZFS is very, very hardware dependent. And that means that you can mess it up very, very fast, especially if you don't know what you're doing. But every time I talked about this, everyone would always tell me that NFS is really, really bad for doing VMs. And it's not. NFS is just misconfigured. So let's talk about the hardware selection. The thing is, buy what you can afford and do the best that you can with it. And that seems obvious, but if we think, okay, I need to have this amount of hardware in order to do this amount of work, unfortunately, that's just not really how it works for nonprofits. We have to just work with what we got. So I can give just very general buying advice if you're setting up a brand new environment or you're looking to improve yours. Please prioritize your CPU cores over your CPU speeds. You will have a lot of parallel activity from ZFS plus NFS. And those favor your CPU cores over your CPU speeds. Doesn't really matter if things are 30% faster. It just needs a lot of CPU cores to execute in parallel. Your VMs will depend a lot on random I/O. Your sequentials don't really matter all that much. And your caching is just as important, especially in ZFS. And we lean a lot on that during our competitions. So like Wasabi said a little bit earlier, we run 2 NetApp 2.5-inch JBODs with 40 disks each. And this is arranged in a 7x6 disk RAID Z2 with 8 hot spares. If you don't know what that means, we'll go over it real quick. So if you're talking about ZFS, right, each of your individual units within your Z pool are organized into what are called VDEVs. And these individual VDEVs are actually what contain your disks. And this is actually your VDEVs introduce your individual unit of redundancy. So for each one of these, we have it set up for RAID Z2. All that means is that we can lose 2 disks within this array, and we won't lose any data permanently. So on the internet, often when you see ZFS tuning guides, they'll often talk about scaling your amount of VDEVs because this is a Z pool. When you scale in this direction by adding together your VDEVs, because all of these go into a stripe. What you're doing is you're increasing your storage capacity, but you're also increasing your random IOPS. This is always what the internet says to do. The thing is that you can also scale it in this direction as well. What this does up in this direction, the vertical direction, is it increases your redundancy and it increases your sequential IOPS. When you're scaling in this direction with your VDEVs, that means that you're increasing your sequential plus your random IOPS. So two different things, two different directions you can go. Internet tends to just say this direction, and they are wrong. All right, so what we run over at WCC Comps, we run 300 gigabytes of memory as L1 cache. This is enough to fit all of our competition environments because we also use QCOW2, which means we get to take advantage of a lot of compression, which means that our accesses for reads are actually incredibly fast, which really helps with VM responsiveness. We also have 2 terabytes of Intel NVMe as our L2, and then 375 as our separate log. S-log, won't really go over what an S-log is here. RIP Optane, I really wish that Intel didn't kill off the product line. And this is my PSA for everyone over here. Please do not turn off your sync writes. Everyone on ZFS tuning guides will often say, if you can't afford the memory, you can't afford the L2, just turn off your sync writes and it'll make things a lot faster. Please don't, because your data integrity goes terribly. And during competitions, we have a lot of writes, and there's a lot of chances for corruption and a lot of chances for things to go wrong. You will need sync writes, trust me. All right, so this is the typical amount of traffic that we'd have during competition. It's a little bit dim, but you can just about make out the blue line and the purple line over there. Our blue line is actually our reads. The purple line is actually our writes. And you'll notice that our reads aren't actually that high, but our writes are incredibly high. That's peaking at about 10 gigabits per second. And the reason for that is that if you think about it, when a VM is already booted, there's not really much reads that are occurring once that VM is booted, because obviously everything's already in memory. But databases and logging and everything else is still sending data over to our array, and so obviously writes are going to be very, very high. And so this is just some buying advice that I have right now. I don't know if these listings are still active right now, but 1 terabyte of Intel NVMe is like $160 right now. That's only up by like $60 right now compared to memory, which is 300% higher. The usual advice when it comes to scaling ZFS is that you increase your memory as much as you can. Obviously, with memory 300%, that advice no longer applies. Buy NVMEs and then use them as your L2. It's fine. Your Intel Optanes are also right now going for 140. Like Intel has already stopped manufacturing these. Like, get them while you can. This is my other PSA. Please do not buy these. All the ZFS tuning guides from like the last 10 years say that these are great. They are no longer great. They only like do 1 gigabit per second. They have 2 PCIe lanes. They suck. All right, with all those optimizations, we get this, and yeah, it's not great. We're maxing out the network connection actually, so we're getting like the full 10 gig over here. But yeah, these are SATA speeds, and this is hard drive speed. Yeah, that's not great. And so let's deal with it. NFS for virtualization is slow. It's what everyone's been telling me. It is wrong. NFS for virtualization is not slow. The default settings within the NFS mount configurations is just really bad. This parameter over here called nconnect is usually set over to 1, and that means that there's only one TCP stream that's created whenever you're mounting a NFS server. However, so let's take a look at why that's bad. So this is a typical connection to a NFS server with nconnect equals 1. You have each of these sequential operations going to the server, and each of these operations going individually back to the client. And you'll notice that everything's occurring in sequential order. This read command has to come, first, and then this has to come second, and everything else, right? It's not very parallelized. What we can do with nconnect, however, when nconnect is equal to 4, is we can just shoot all the operations through all the TCP streams that are created all at once, and then suddenly we have all these parallel connections all able to service all at the same time. And the advantage of that is that, well, one of the caveats with this is that CPU cores really matter, right? Because if you don't have enough cores to serve all these requests, like, you're going to still get sequential operation again. So next, let's optimize QCOW2. So your QCOW2 images are usually how Proxmox handles your file-based storage for ZFS over NFS. It is very easy to get wrong. The default settings in Proxmox are actually incorrect for doing this. They have submitted a patch to fix it, but it's only partial. We are currently running a custom version of Proxmox to deal with it. We'll be submitting a patch over Proxmox proper once we have that finalized. But it's these two settings over here, QCal cluster size and extended L2. Your cluster size is kind of the minimum amount of read and write you can perform on a QCal2 file, and extended L2 will go over that. But the idea is that you want to maximize your cluster size. You want to match your cluster size over to your record size. So this is the default layout of a QCal2 file. We have our individual clusters over here and over here. And whenever your VM is performing a read or a write, they're having to create these entire cluster blocks. So even if your read or your write is 4 kilobytes, it's having to stuff it into this 4 kilobyte block. And you can imagine that's kind of inefficient. And so what extended L2 does is it creates these little subclusters from these main clusters, and it can break these things up into 32 subclusters from one cluster, which means that for a 128 kilobyte cluster, we now have individual smaller reads and writes at 4 kilobytes going all the way down to 32, which means that we are now actually matching the minimum, well, we are matching what a typical file system would actually read and write over to these files, because your typical like X4 from nowadays would match these 4 kilobyte writes because it operates on 4 kilobyte chunks. So this is another recommendation for hardware. This is a Intel Platinum. It's a little bit outdated. I think it's end of life, but it's only $33. It is 28 cores. I do know that there is a VPS provider that currently uses this, Inner Server. Yeah, not great servers. Please don't buy from them. But these are great if you want to go over and scale your environment and get performance for not that much money. These have not actually raised any amount of price during this current time. All right, so we want to now maximize our network bandwidth, right? Because this is one of the network cards from our servers. It's an Intel X5500. But our network connection speeds, as you can see, as you saw a little bit earlier, was only really maxing out this one port, 10 gigabyte port. But all these together are 40 gigabytes max duplex. But I bought the network card. I want to use the network card. I'm going to use all the ports, right? And usually when you're talking about that, you usually think about bonding, right? And this is another place where you can actually fall over in terms of your network setup. Because whenever people turn on your bonding, your LACP nowadays, they tend to enable what's called LACP 2.3. And what LACP 2.3 does is it takes the hash of the IP plus your MAC on the sender plus the receiver, and it puts them together, and it determines which port the packet goes over to. And this is all configured within your switch. The problem is that for a packet that comes from over here, the switch will determine that, okay, this packet always goes over to this port over here. And it won't do per connection load balancing. It won't do any of that fun stuff. You're going to still get the same 10 gigabit per second connection limit because your connection isn't actually optimized properly. And so instead, we can switch over to LACP 3.4. This takes into account TCP and UDP ports, which is important when we combine it with NConnect from a little bit earlier. You'll remember that NFS uses TCP connections. By opening up more client connections, we are changing the source port for all the connections, and therefore the switch now knows, okay, I'm going to route this packet over to here and this one over here for each of these individual NFS connections, which substantially speeds things up. Ta-da! We have managed to double our speeds for free, right? This is like great. We are now maxing out our 20 gig connection. We can actually go a little bit higher. We are bottlenecked by the NICs that we have right now. There's a plan to fix that. But our randoms are still terrible. This is sub-SATA speeds, unfortunately. So let's do some final optimizations. Let us increase the packet size to 9,000. What this does is the typical packet size limit is 1,500. By increasing over to 9,000, that means that your individual L2 packet can be 9,000 bytes wide. That means that you have a lot less overhead in terms of like TCP segmentation, the amount of Ethernet packets that your NIC has to unpack at the other end, you know, blah, 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 things that your switch has to deal with. By increasing over 9,000, we don't have to deal with any of that. And for latency, we can actually disable something called hardware offloads. So within your NIC is actually trying to do your CPU a favor. It is trying to offload your TCP segmentation. It's trying to offload as much processing off of the CPU so that it could save itself for actual computation. But the hardware inside of your NIC designed to do that, the ASIC, is pretty slow at doing it. It'll do it at 10 gig, but it's going to go pretty slow. So if we disable that, we push it over to the CPU, which is substantially faster, like gigahertz faster. And it's just these 8 settings over here that you have to enable within your typical network config, and bam. We now have approximately a 5 times increase on our random reads and writes. Our sequentials are now maxed out to the extremes of basically the NIC that we're running. Everything is basically on the bleeding edge, and we are at the edges of our hardware. We couldn't possibly get a little bit faster. Maybe some custom software tweaks, a few patches over to QEMU somewhere, but this is pushing our hardware basically to the limits. All right. So as much as I would love to keep rambling on and keep everyone here, there's a lot of optimizations that we went through for this competition. There's so much more that we did in order to get our competition like online and functional and as performant as it was this season, but unfortunately we just don't have the time. So.
All right. Is this thing still? Yep, I can. Is it on? Yeah. Okay. All right. So with closing, what I want to do is I want to just give a shout out to all of the volunteers. We have a number of people who have done a lot of work. We can't possibly mention all of them, but what I wanted to do is just say to all of the volunteers who participated in WRC, CDC, WCC, PRC, CDC, Circus, and so on, just thank you for being here and sticking with us, especially this year that we've rebuilt everything. A few folks have gone above and beyond, and we want to give a shout out. This is a mix of nicknames because in WRC CDC we just use nicknames because we're on Discord for all of our volunteer stuff. But I will take a few of them. I just want to shout out to Toku, Alchemy, and Bisad for being there non-stop, helping set up stuff. For example, Alchemy handles all the report grading and has been there to help set up every single day doing the hardware stuff. So not only has he been doing all the stuff that he normally does, he's also shown up to every event, set up software, set up hardware, and just been there the whole time. And so that's a few of my folks. Dex, as infrastructure lead, has a few others. So Dex.
Yeah, I personally want to give a shout out to, and not in any particular order, Peyton Erickson, Sean Richardson, Dessa Exeria. She's going to have to forgive me for that pronunciation. Jimmy, Night Rabbit, and so many other people who helped out on the core infrastructure team. I wish I could list out everyone, but I'm forgetting a few names, I'm sure. But thank you to everyone, because you guys are the ones who helped make this competition what it was this year.
All right, and with that, here's the information if you want to snap a pic. If you're interested in volunteering or you want to participate in this or you want to ask questions, we are here to answer those. We have a Q&A coming up, but you can get information here and sign up to join. And then with that, we have roughly 5 minutes left, give or take. 10 more minutes? Oh, look at that, we're running. 30 minutes?
No.
What?
It's 1:20.
We have 10 minutes instead of 5. Okay, I'm good at math. But if anyone has any questions, now is the chance. There was someone at the front, but I think he left, so he doesn't get asked this question.
What's your favorite dinosaur?
I don't know. I would say the T-Rex that's running around stealing telephones. That's my favorite.
If anyone has questions for them, please raise your hand and I will give you the mic.
What?
What kind of bird do you have?
Oh, a green cheek. It's a green cheek conure. Yeah.
What was your documentation process during the rebuild?
We're not allowed to talk.
Documentation.
So we had a spreadsheet on Google Drive that was at the time open to anyone who happened to get the URL. Because we had no infrastructure for password management, it was just this open spreadsheet that we've marked all the subnets, all the passwords, everything. It was great. Once we got our infrastructure up, we rotated all the passwords and credentials and stuff like that. But for getting the basic infrastructure up, it went all onto Google Sheets. It was the only way to get a bunch of random people on their cell phones to be able to enter information. Now we have a wiki. Yes?
Oh, let me get you in the mic.
Oh, okay.
You said you wrote your own ticketing system?
Yes.
Is that because you couldn't find anything suitable?
So
or?
we used Mantis for years. Mantis is an open source bug tracking software for software. But it worked really well for students because it was very basic and customizable. But what we needed was the way for students to make tickets for incidents in the competition. No ticketing software exists for a competition. So we had to build our own. It was a combination of a lot of custom stuff plus Claude helped out. And so we built out this whole actual ticketing system that replaced individual separate components. Like we now have it integrated with scoring. We have it integrated with stuff. So for example, when red team attacks a team, they get in and they break the domain controller, for example. The ticketing system allows the teams to say, I found this evidence for them breaking into the domain controller, and it attaches the information and associates it with the red team activity so that we can give points back. So that's why we needed to do the custom stuff. It's open source though. It's called Ticketing System. It's really, really good name.
Any more questions?
Hi.
Hi. What's your plans to upgrade and be able to support more teams?
We have no plans. There's no affordability.
I do. I want to hear from him, actually. RDMA, 25 gig switch. Yay! You want to talk about that, though, as far as what you have to take into consideration for upgrades, given, because this is a fluid environment.
Yeah, so right now, I'm evaluating what hardware we currently have and what options we have to upgrade, given the cheapest path forward and the amount of
performance that we can gain from that path. So right now, our Dell switch, which we do still technically use for our storage network, it has QSFP28 ports. It has like 10 gig uplink ports. It has 25 gig breakout. And so we have the ability to do that. It also supports RDMA. And there are network cards that are only like, I think, $30 for Dell PowerEdges that you can buy that do RDMA for only like, again, $30, $50. And those cables, they're also pretty cheap, which is about like $50 for a breakout cable. So like an overall upgrade for over doubling your performance seems pretty much a no-brainer to me. And that's kind of how you have to think about this, incremental updates to increase the amount of performance that you're getting and what can you get to maximize your dollar.
What are you doing with my 6 switches that I'm sending you next week?
Don't worry about it.
So for context, yeah.
How am I just finding out about this now?
You were in the group chat, but yeah. But someone had a question here.
Yes. How come you chose to use RAID Z2 versus mirrors?
Oh, Dex, do you want to just get the headset here?
Yeah, it was for maximizing the amount of disk space that we had, right? Because whenever you're talking about ZFS array, you're talking about maximizing your storage volume versus other parameters like random IOPS, for example. And we really also needed that storage volume plus the random IOPS. And so we had to do that calculation. RAID Z2 was enough for that. RAID Z2 is actually a lot for redundancy in terms of an array like this. The reason why we're doing it is because the JBODs that we were donated with those drives were a little bit older, and so I really wanted to make sure that if something failed, we had a lot of redundancy to lean on.
We also lost 2 disks the first event we ran. Yes.
The hot spares came in handy.
That's why we had hot spares.
Do I need to bring more? He told me.
Yeah, you have more.
He told me hot spares were not needed.
Yeah, I made some mistakes.
All online. I said no.
I think the one thing to learn about this from helping manage a bunch of people is trust the people. Sometimes you get away from that, and it's been a humbling experience, but we did make this work. Does anyone else have any other questions?
You had a GUI that was showing the speeds that you were showing?
Crystal disk, I believe.
Okay, all right. I'm not too familiar with all those things, but I'm interested in that. Yeah.
Yep, it's just Crystal Disk Mark. That's an open source piece of software that runs on Windows for benchmarking your disks. This is running through a VM, so you're getting like the raw VM speeds from that Windows VM. So.
Yeah, we had to test live, and for why we used Crystal Disk was because we needed to test live to actually test the VM performance that we would be experiencing. All right, I think we're just about at time. Does anyone have any last question? Oh, there's one. Davey. Have we looked into Incus? No. I've heard about it. I've heard about, so the question was, have you looked into, it's Incus, right? Yeah. I heard about that just literally like when you talked about it like a couple weeks ago. And so I never knew about it, and so I haven't tried it. But it's something that seems interesting, but we haven't, had a chance. Because during the competition season, we basically freeze all of our resources. And in a couple weeks, this competition season will end, and that's when we do our upgrades and our resources, aside from security updates, of course. Okay, I think that's it. If anyone has... What? I brought my dumpster fire with me. It's over at the... Oh, okay. Well, we'll check out the... there's one more question. Oh. Well, thank you all. We will be outside if you have any other questions, but really appreciate the time and hope it was informative.
The next presentation in this room will happen at 2:30. See you all there.
has been around project-based learning, and a lot of it is around open learning infrastructure. And the way I see it is libraries are active labs for project-based. Appreciate you're eager to have the library
Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
Testing, testing. Is anyone out there? Fantastic. Oh, I couldn't quite hear that. Let me increase the volume. Pardon me? Yes, I can. Thank you. Yes, so when you're ready, you can turn it over to me and I'll share and then I'll stop sharing when I'm done. Oh my gosh. Well, you know what? You don't have to be so kind because, oh my gosh, that's a lot. So thank you. And I hope it's a wonderful conference. Scary, huh? uh, and then I'll share and then I'll stop sharing. Hello, who's this? Fantastic. Good to see you. Thanks for navigating this. I appreciate it. Sure, I can talk all day long. Oh my gosh, who's that Apereo guy there? What's he doing? Well, Patrick, I'm curious how things are. Now I can. You're doing great. Thank you. I know all these Zoom features to zoom in on people is fun. Thank you, Stephanie, and all. Perfect. Thank you. Perfect. I'll be brief and then we can have your questions at the end and that'll be wonderful.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to SCaLE 23 conference. Just a kind of a quick side note, your safety and concern and comfort is important to us. If you feel safe at any time, please feel free to call our safety number posted around the venue. I would like to take this time to introduce our speaker right now. This is Stephanie Leege.
Good.
And then on Zoom, we have Cyril Oberlander. Please give it up for them, and yeah.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Yes, unfortunately, I am by myself physically here, although we did get Cyril on Zoom here, too. So he will actually be doing his slides live and able to be part of the Q&A. Originally, we thought I might have to use a recording, but we were able to get it all to work. So thank you to Dominic and the rest of the AV team, especially Carlos, who helped me make sure it was all going to work. So thanks for showing up. This is, I think, probably one of the first times there has been a discussion about how to work collaboratively in open source at this level between CSU and UC. There are definitely collaborative efforts that are actually happening that are open source projects. I'll mention Jupiter in a second. But I think this started to some extent based on an event that Apereo put together in November, and Cyril and I started talking about the idea of potentially collaborating and bringing the two largest systems in California together to really start innovating at higher speeds and at better capacity within within the entire state. So the idea was that using your public universities not just as education formats, which is an important part of our mandate, but also to push innovation within the state. So yeah, quick who we are. I'm Stephanie Ligi. I am the Executive Director of the UC Santa Cruz Open Source Program Office. I also chair what is the burgeoning University of California OSPO network, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And then also joining remotely, Cyril, I'll let you introduce yourself. Hopefully everybody can hear you.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I'm not there, but I'm the Dean of the Library. My name is Cyril Oberlander, and I like to do a lot of open source projects with our wonderful students. Thank you.
All right, so there is clearly a very strong history of open source within the universities in California, both the CSU and the UCs. Like I said, Jupiter is kind of one of the best examples of that, but there's other ones that are coming out of California universities. And when I say coming out, it doesn't mean that they're only from California universities, but that there was a big footprint from either a CSU, a Cal Poly, UC out of it. And Jupiter, of course, for me is one of the examples I can point to the easiest, because there's a Cal Poly San Luis Obispo component, a lot of people from there that worked on it, as well as continued maintenance through UC Berkeley, among other parts of Jupiter. And I take personal pride in the Ceph ad, because Ceph came out of UC Santa Cruz, and is one of the reasons I have a job. And I could explain that later, but there is basically the developer of Ceph went off, got a bunch of money from Red Hat for Ceph, and then gave UC Santa Cruz a big chunk of money, which helped create my job and the center I work for. So, so these are really great. These are the major ones, right? These are the ones that we all know about that were part of Linux Foundation or Apache, and these all became very much part of a global digital infrastructure that's super important. And what Cyril and I were talking about was what happens if this becomes, and this was kind of like not happenstance, but a little ad hoc, let's say. But what happens if we do this in an intentional way? If the UCs and the CSUs work together intentionally to increase collaboration and development on really key or important projects. So that's where, and the reason why this I think is really important and interesting to look at is that we're pretty big. I mean, between the UCs and the Cal States, we have over 750,000 students. And that's, we're not even talking about researchers, researchers and faculty, which obviously gets us closer to 1 million. And we span over a very large, geographically very large state with 33 campuses. And what we're viewing this as is really a massive untapped potential for coordinated efforts, because there's a lot of different things that we do well and we complement each other on. So the UC system, for those of you who are from California, probably you may know more about, understand how the complementariness of the two systems is. And they were historically, it's hard to really argue this, but I mean, historically, I think it bears out that they were designed to be complementary in the way that they are, although to some extent, some things just kind of happened. But the UC system was generally always seen as being more research intensive, whereas the CSU system became more teaching focused. But obviously with the three Cal Polys, Humboldt, San Luis Obispo, and Pomona, we actually see way more of a research focus. They're all R1s, as I recall, I think, yeah. So a little bit more like a tiered system as well. But other CSUs are like San Diego State is also an R1. So there are some. So this isn't 100% black and white, like clear cut. division, but there is more of an idea of the CSU campuses being larger and more teaching focused, whereas the UC campuses are a little bit more smaller and research intensive. We have a lot of other, so we have 10 campuses, so a little bit smaller system, but we also have the 5 national labs, the medical schools and law schools, and the CSU has 23 campuses that I would say would be, I'd call more diverse in a number of ways. Geographically, they are all over the state, as opposed to UCs, which are typically in more urban areas. I count Merced and Davis as being urban, but you'll find more CSU campuses spread out even just in the LA County, you have, I don't even remember how many, but a good handful of CSUs. And also demographically speaking, there's a lot more first gens in the CSU campuses, and it hits more of what California looks like, let's say. And there's more of this undergraduate emphasis within the CSU system than within the UC system. But there are challenges. I liken it, when I'm trying to collaborate within the UC system, I always say it's our sibling rivalry, because everybody's like, oh, Berkeley's like the older brother that everybody has to be like, oh yeah, everybody has to try and emulate or whatever. But that when we start looking at the differences between the UC and the CSU system, I always kind of think of it's more like family rivalries, like how you treat your cousins or something. But it would be nice to be more like a little less of a rivalry and more of a collaborative effort. So, recently, because I think of just a number of factors, there really has been limited cross-system coordination and collaboration. And that's, I think, a big challenge right now. What has happened is relatively fragmented. So we could probably talk about a few efforts, but they're typically ad hoc, maybe just around one particular issue. And I see that, and I think Cyril and I both had this discussion about seeing this as a missed opportunity. So what could we do if we actually designed collaborative efforts? And I want to just also state that we are just getting this discussion started, and one of the reasons we wanted to talk here is to get people's inputs, either people who are part of the education system within California or people from industry or other parts of open source who have ideas about what they see as potential areas for collaboration. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing at UC that we see as kind of maybe one of the things we could leverage, and then Cyril's going to talk a little bit about some of the stuff that he's doing at Cal Poly Humboldt. So one of the things like I mentioned, that I'm helping create a network of open source program offices within the UC system. We got a little bit of backstory is that, like I was mentioning Seth earlier, in 2015 at UC Santa Cruz, we started the Center for Research and Open Source Software. I actually joined in 2016, so it wasn't we back then, but in 2016 it was we. So in 2016 I joined, and the main focus of that was supporting open source research at UC Santa Cruz specifically. But we started realizing we were doing a lot of other stuff that wasn't research center related, and really started to look more like what OSPOs do. But we didn't really know what an OSPO was because we never heard that term before until about 2020. So about that time in 2020 to 2022, we started developing our program a little bit more and started working on creating an OSPO in 2022. The difference between what I do at Cross and what I do at the OSPO is hard to sometimes differentiate. But for me, the OSPO ends up being more, there is still a research focus, but it's not specifically like the projects that are under our center. It's much broader within the campus. There's also an education and a number of other components there. So in 2024, we were lucky enough to get a Sloan Foundation grant to help us do what we were doing throughout UC. And right now we have 6 campuses, and we're really the first system-wide network of open source program offices. And one of the reasons we wanted to be a network is the idea that we could leverage the work we were doing on different campuses in a more effective way, either be tools that we were creating or programs that we're running. We coordinate activities so we're not, so we can different students from different campuses could benefit from stuff being done throughout the system. And also because this is, is something that we want people to emulate, we're seeing it as a model for other systems to follow, including to some extent our discussion with CSU kind of has looked at this, modeling the UC effort on this. Just as a quick, what is an academic OSPO? What is an OSPO at a university actually supposed to be doing? So I'm not sure how much the idea of an OSPO resonates with everybody in this room, but open source program offices are, have come out of industry, have been in industry for over a decade, maybe like almost 2 decades actually, if you look at when the first one started. And they're really like centers of gravity for open source within an institution. How the ones in academia differ, obviously, because our mandates are different than industry. So we also focus a lot on our research impact. So how do we leverage open source to make sure our research actually has a wider impact? We're helping our students build better skills, and also we have a great platform for partnerships with industry. We help. We don't always succeed, but we try and help mitigate any tech transfer issues, i.e. like IP issues and the like. That's sometimes a real problem with partnerships between industry and academia. And we also are really pushing policy advocacy. If anybody wants to talk about academic licensing in, open source licensing in academia, my colleague from San Diego is sitting right there, Carla, and she's the one who's managing a lot of those efforts. So just a little shout out to her, and anybody has questions, she's the person to go to. So this is what academic OSPO is doing. This is our UC OSPO network has those as focus areas. I do want to have a shout out, especially for anybody who's coming from up north. We are having a summit that's going to talk about, this is the second one we've done, where we bring all of the open source folks. We try and bring as many open source folks from within the University of California and other parts of California, academic, industry, open source, to a single conference, like a large summit. We have 2 days in Berkeley, April 22nd and 23rd coming up, and registration should be open soon, and we hopefully will have more information of that soon. But I just wanted to do a shout out, especially for those who may be in the area, in the Northern California area, the Bay Area. So, but yeah, if people have questions about that, I'm happy to talk more about it as well, or come to talk to me afterwards. But so now I want to talk about a few of these things because there's a lot of overlap with the discussions about things that we can leverage to improve collaboration with the CSU. And so some of the initiatives that we're working on specifically within our network is the discovery of open source. Like, what are people doing on our campuses? We don't know. So that's a huge push for us to understand, and that because without knowing it, we aren't able to leverage it. We aren't able to improve the impact of it. We also focus on, obviously, on education. That's one of our mandates. So improving the use of open source and promoting the use of open source within curriculum, but also making sure students are able to work on open source platforms, in open source, throughout their time at our universities, as well as beyond. And Cyril will talk a lot about some of the cool stuff they're doing at CSU in a second. And then sustainability, not just for the concept of open source sustainability, but also the sustainability of the OSPOs within these networks, within these campuses. So we have a lot of discussion about how do we make sure that what we're doing, especially like the research software and everything that's being created, is actually being done in a way that's that works within the needs of the open source community, that people are following best practices, but also that they understand the value of us supporting those efforts. So this is the one thing I want to talk about and just wrap up the part about what UC is doing, and then I'll turn it over to Cyril. But the UC open source repo browser, our ORB, is specifically aimed, and this is one of the things that we see as something that, a tool that we share, a collaborative tool that we can share with our CSU partners, and that we discover, basically you're using this tool to discover to discover all the different UC, the different open source that is happening in the UC system. We're also using it for other campuses that have academic OSPOs. We're working together with them to kind of broaden the use of this tool. And it taught us a lot. It taught us that, wow, we have a lot of stuff out there. At over 52,000 repositories within the 10 UCs. We kind of show where we need to focus some of our work, and I'll show you a slide in a second which kind of showed us things we needed to work on, and really helps us find those people and enable potential collaborators to work together. And I can go more in detail about it. It's really, we're working on we don't have it quite launched to the extent that we can show it publicly, but it is, you can actually, it's like what it sounds like. It's basically you search for the topic, the campus you want to work with, like the different topics and different technologies being used. And it's a really cool, hopefully by very soon we'll be able to actually say, hey, this is what it looks like, and do a little demo on it. What has been useful for us, and we think would be useful for other campuses, other systems, is really understanding what we need to help our stakeholders with. What we learned for sure was that we needed to do a lot more education and outreach for those who are working in open source at the UCs. I guess we weren't too surprised, but it was a little shocking to see that over 60% of the repos that we found lacked licenses, any type of license at all. Yeah, so anyways, we've only been doing this for a couple years, so that's not our fault, but it did give us a thing of like, okay, what are the things we need to focus on? And then it's something as simple as contributor guidelines. Well, how are you going to build a community without that? So these are things that we started to realize and started to focusing what we needed to do, but it also focused that we needed to figure out ways of systematically discovering at scale, and how do you continually do this so that you can always have updated information. That's what we're working on now. But we are seeing replication beyond UC, and I think this is like I said, one of the collaboration points for CSU and UC, is that this is becoming a tool that that other universities can use, and we're discussing discussing and publishing specific methodologies for multi-campus use of this for this tool, and we're publishing everything we do, so people can it's definitely replicable, and we're trying to create a multiplier effect really, because we're seeing how other universities are using this, and now I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to give it over to Sarah.
Thank you, Stephanie, and I really appreciate you and everybody's willingness to allow me to do this virtually, since I just came back from Austin. The way I see it is we have such tremendous opportunities to work with students on open source, not only sharing what it is, but what's possible. And I'll start with a little bit about us. Basically, I see a library as infrastructure for open education or open learning. And oftentimes I think of it as a laboratory for both curricular and co-curricular innovative experiences, whether it's our work with software engineering, or it's with engineering students building things, or career skills, digital humanities, and our supportive hackathons. So the library is a key component in an open learning infrastructure. And part of that is because we're really focused on a lot of open pedagogy frameworks. Now, we usually see open pedagogy with co-authoring of articles or papers or books, and that's a wonderful technique. I'm really appreciative of it. The one I focus on this talk is really about project-based learning, and how that is an incredibly launching kind of transformation of what the student experiences, but also how the institution itself changes as a result of that engagement of students. So whether it's integrated in the curriculum or it's a co-curricular activity, I'm going to explain some of the work we do with our biology program, our computer science engineering, and more to come, where we sponsor real-world challenges with our students in the classes, and they prototype. And if they're a successful team, that's wonderful. We can also offer them employment following their class and fully develop their idea out to version 1. Or we sponsor paid internships or student employment for very specific ones, or hackathons. Here's an example. Dr. Shreen Bogle is an amazing computer science professor, always asks me for ideas about, hey, what challenges would you like to have our students work on? And so in 2022, we got a digital dissection table, and that's great. 5 humans, 120 animals. Weird to see dead people in the library, I know, but it doesn't do plants. So I gave this challenge in the fall of 2022. With these resources, build us something like this for plants. And in 12 weeks, the student team, Flora, built a prototype that looked very good. So what do? I hire the students, or in this case, AJ Beelam, a brilliant, talented programmer, to build out the version 1 with student assistance, botany students, computer science students, developing the techniques of how do you do photogrammetry of plants. This is the world's first 3-dimensional digital herbarium because nobody wants to make 3D models of plant leaves. They're way too thin. Now, what happened? We released it as open source version 1, and it's back to the classroom again because now the biology students want to use it for the vertebrate museum, and they're starting to annotate. One of our goals is all students publish before they graduate. Now, this has been a very common thing that we do. We've been doing it for years. This is an example of in 2018, 2019, we asked students to give us as a software to count where people sit in the library. And so it was a phenomenal piece of software that called Space Use. And we wrote about it in the Chronicle of Higher Ed. We went and presented it at the American Library Association. And I even arranged a vendor booth that they could answer questions about their software. All because in many ways, this is a transformational moment for the students. Do they want to start a business? Or if they don't, I have the open source software that I need to solve my real world issue, which is I want a good analysis of where people sit to transform the library. This has been used also for how do we assess learning? I'm sure everyone knows that it's one of the most arduous processes where you ask faculty and librarians to read a bunch of student papers and do an assessment that follows some rubric. Well, you can automate a lot of that work and make it easier for faculty to do that kind of work. The work was intended to start with automating the process and then backwards engineer it to help students with research and writing. But then COVID stopped us. But we're not stopping. We keep doing these developments. We work with supporting student hackathons, and we also recently challenged them to connect iNaturalist, one of those citizen science projects that's got 8 million some odd folks participating in identifying biodiversity across the world, and connecting it with our digital commons, trying to create a new way to engage academic content and make it inspiring. Our internships, which are paid internships, allow us to actually encourage students explore a part of their interest. In this case, John Gerving looked at 3D modeling and helped us develop a 3D model of our library that was interactive. This is something that they could do in a way that supported the curriculum, but it was a co-curricular experience that really helped launch the student. And that's what we try to do quite a bit of. Here is our GIS data archive project where I'm working with Dr. Jim Graham, and we hire students to work on how do you stitch aerial photographs together, georeference them, layer them with other GIS projects, and make GIS projects, historical maps, aerial photographs, all scholarly citable. Because so much of GIS is lost every year because they're kept only on hard drives or servers and not really publicly accessible. So we list all of our projects, and because we want to make sure that not only do we see the impact of their work, but we also have a way for the students to communicate the impact of their internship to prospective employers or the future grad programs. We also have an innovation hub where we do a lot of these kinds of software development, and we do the open source projects for anything that we pay students a stipend or hourly rate. If you're ever on the third floor of the library and you see about little flashes of light, that's Hunter making 200 to 400 photographs of one specimen to make it one 3D model for the herbarium. There's a lot we can do with our student employees. This spring, we're testing out how to work with 14 library scholar interns and 9 engineering student teams. They're each building different kinds of solutions to problems that we are encountering in the world of academics. One is, how do we engage books? Another is, how do we georeference tens of thousands of aerial photographs and make it something that's more automatable? These are solution-making opportunities that we think are really important for our future and how we envision a collaboration between the UCs and CSU. At the AACNU meeting, the Forum on Digital Innovation, I shared an activity for folks where I said, brainstorm the challenges that you have that you wish you could have the talent and time to focus and work on. And so on the back side of it, there's an example of the ones that we've given our students. And on the front side, it's a way of us brainstorming what are the challenges that we're encountering with implementing agentic AI or georeferencing at scale or making learning more exciting these days with more of our students all coming from the Khan Academy now. So I think we're gonna briefly touch on some questions and get back to Stephanie and an opportunity to really think through, but I'm gonna share that there are lots of ways we can use real-world challenges as project-based learning that enhances the curricular or co-curricular experience of our students. And the question we are thinking about is how to create the infrastructure and planning in order to do it. Stephanie and I have experience with Opportunity Hack and Code Day, but we're looking for what is the infrastructure to create opportunities across large systems like we have. And then who's interested in helping us develop these ideas? I hope they'll please contact us because we can always say in the open source community, it is building solutions together. I thank you for your time and please let me know if you have questions and I will say, Stephanie, please take it away.
All right. Going back to my slides real quick. And so, yeah, we'll probably want to touch back on those questions unless people have some ideas right now. I'll just go back to, we have some questions at the end too. Oh, why is this not working? Here. This was doing so well. There we go. So I think I just wanted to highlight one of the ideas that Cyril brought up and that I think is a really good start. And we kind of saw that as our first kind of bold idea. Let's do something that's big, but also something that could have some real world impact. And we could use some of the things that Cyril already had listed as real world, or maybe get ideas from the larger group, the community at large, here and elsewhere, of like what type of topics we could really be working on. And so I wanted to point out this idea of this joint hackathon, and what the history behind some of this is that we're currently the Reboot the Earth hackathon is a large one that the UN actually puts on, and it works with different campuses all over the world on it. We did the first one at UC Santa Cruz, the first one on the West Coast of the U.S. at UC Santa Cruz in November. This next one will be in San Diego, at UC San Diego. And at that point, we did invite all of our CSU, like the regional CSUs, but we didn't collaborate with them. So one idea may be if we move forward, and this will probably be a recurring type of hackathon happening over multiple years. So as we maybe do another one in the fall, this could be a great start to that. And what's nice about that one, it's very much a climate change, which of course, we're looking for things that not just impact maybe individual communities, but things that like much more state focused. So I think one of the ways to also look at this is not just that it's, UC and CSU working together. It's these powerhouses within our state, within California, working together to deal with state-focused specific solutions and specific challenges within our state. And one of the reasons that, and I'll talk a little bit about this towards the end, is that the idea is making it not just, oh, this is something coming out from the education system, but the public administration, the state government, state agencies looking to open source, and the engines behind that kind of change, that shift in how those agencies look at open source is coming from the universities. So one of the ideas we've had for dealing with a lot of the collaboration, so the hackathon as a start, but also these solutions, all of these are things that, you know, every part of the state has some level of challenge on. I mean, I don't think any of us could argue that urban planning and, you know, housing, urban planning, and homelessness isn't a problem in a vast majority of the state. Definitely climate change, agriculture. And another big one we're talking about nowadays more is education and workforce development. How do we make sure our universities, but also all of our education system from K through 12, community colleges and the like, are actually like able to meet the needs of future, the future innovations and the future technologies. So one of this idea that we were having as well is this idea of if we were able to really push and work on a good collaboration between CSU, between UCs, and then again, maybe bringing in other parts of the California public education system, is to have more of a statewide open source alliance, so that it wouldn't just be the universities working together, but we would be collaborating, say, with the agencies in other parts of the government, because we are obviously government, we are actually technically California state employees as parts of these systems. I liken this a little bit to what's going on in the EU. This is actually one of the reasons why I kind of was inspired by, what inspired me with this is that there is definitely a push for OSPOs within governments within the EU. I can see California, and especially in its current kind of state and the current situation and kind of political climate that there is out there, taking more of a lead from what the EU is doing. But I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. I know that the EU has a lot of issues, a lot of bureaucratic nightmare issues, but I think that their outlook and their policies with regards to open source is something for us to emulate. And I see that especially the creation of more of this open source alliance, where concerns about digital sovereignty, open source being the foundation of infrastructure, even just as simple things of like agencies not having vendor lock-in that we all kind of are concerned about, I think is something that could move this issue along. All right, so just kind of, I think, wrapping up. I think we have a few minutes for Q&A soon. So what are the benefits of taking this approach? I think it's pretty obvious. I don't think I have to explain to this crowd the importance of open source in all sectors. But it is kind of good to delineate how in these specific sectors it might be, I think, particularly useful. For students, there are students, CSU, UC, and any of part of the UC, California public education system, the idea that they're able to build real-world experience through open source, I think, it just is so valuable. I'm working with students who are able to build their portfolio by working in open source, even though I think it's challenging right now. We had the whole discussion, if anybody was at Stormy's talk, about the increase in the number of like PRs and the like, and it's actually, to some extent, AI is actually maybe making it harder for people to get into open source. I think that's going to balance out in the end, but it is still very, very helpful for building your portfolio and having opportunities. Within the state itself, I think the access to the research that's being created and having more open access to the research is being created within their own research institutions, within their own the universities is important. And not just state access, but all communities access. The ability to have custom solutions being created internally within the state by using open source platforms, as well as the obvious potential reduction in costs that working with open source can occur. With the state with the budget situation like it is, I think that's actually a really important thing to kind of why state legislators and the like would be more interested and kind of understand the more. And for that, it's really about getting starting to get more champions within the state, within the legislatures, within the agencies. And for academics, talking from where we come from, research visibility is always very important, and the impact of your research through open source is something that's, I think, that's a growing understanding. I don't think it's all there, but it's a growing understanding within many academic institutions. And also ways of increasing partnerships, using open source platforms to work more closely with industry and get industry pathways, or industry partnership, and sponsorship. And then the innovation pathways that are open to us with open source. That is not there through more typical tech transfer, typical proprietary means. So what we're seeing really is this matchmaking between our systems and then with external partners, between UC, our research, CSU's teaching, and also and innovative teaching ways of both sides, and then working with industry and open source communities really could bring in joint, very impactful joint, impactful collaboration. We can be looking at stuff like working on joint projects and having other collaborative efforts. So for short term, what we're looking at, again, this is still kind of just an idea that we're forming, and we're trying to help move forward within, starting within the two systems that we've been talking about, but then broadening it out to the greater, the state in the larger state of California. Is for the short term is kind of the things we've talked about, this inventory over the OS projects, trying to see what the landscape is of open source right now within the UC and CSUs, making it clear who we're reaching out to try and get interest and collaboration, and then starting this outreach to state agencies and legislatures about kind of broadening this to make it more of a state thing. I've seen that actually, especially when discussions about California policies on software security and with AI, that really we need to start, as an open source community, starting figuring out who our champions are supposed to be in Sacramento. And I think that this would actually be another method for doing that, is kind of talking to them about bringing in the education side. And I think that would actually be a very good draw, and also help us identify who those people are that are going to help move these policies forward. And later term, I can see us just be creating a real UC at CSU collaborative framework that I think would kind of be something that's a template, as opposed to kind of the ad hoc way that it happens right now. I think joint industry partnerships would be really, really impactful, because one of the things that we, with the UC network that we're hearing from industry, is that, wow, it's very helpful to be able to kind of go to one entity to talk about potential collaboration, because then it's instead of like having to go to all 10 campuses and figuring out who we work with. I can see that even being, having more impact if we're doing it at the 33 campus level. And also, our major and most important part of both UC and CSUs is really teaching and education, and teaching people to learn, to understand how to learn on their own. I think the last talk talked about that, or a couple talks ago talked about how the point for a university is to teach people to know how to think. Not teach people how to think, but teach people to think, kind of thing. Like teaching people how to learn on their own. And I think that having integrated curriculum development between UC and CSUs, which have kind of different outlooks, but really complement each other, I think would be really really, really helpful and really great. But we do need infrastructure. We need to be able to have these shared platforms. We need to build on all open source initiatives that have already occurred, both the network that I'm working on, all of the cool education and curriculum building that's happening at the CSU and Cal Poly in particular, and then this coordinated industry partnerships, I think would be very, very, kind of the things that we need, kind of the things that we need to help really get this kick-started. And what else needs to happen? Well, again, like I said, state level recognition of open source as a development strategy economically, I think is, again, looking for champions to move that along. funding of the coordinated infrastructure, hopefully that could be coming from the state if they're recognizing the economic impact of open source, and then bringing in industry partnerships and engagement. How people can help, anybody in the room. And I'll let Cyril also jump in on this one too if he wants to add to anything, because I think this is last slide before discussion. I think for industry partners, just showing that there's a possibility of engagement with our campuses, either as a at a whole or even individually for now, really makes a difference for those of us trying to work in open source in universities. For faculty, really start proposing and thinking through what initiatives would benefit from being collaborative across the system, or at least and across sectors and across campuses. And then for the communities, just the community at large, as well as the open source community, really saying, hey, if this stuff is happening at public universities, it should be publicly available. That helps really spurn the idea of openness within the universities, and then contributing back. If we have good academic open source projects, having open source community members who are outside of academia contributing back in really it creates this great virtual cycle where people understand that the communities that they're working with and collaborating with. So people may have questions, we also kind of wanted to kind of throw out questions to the group, because again, this is also a learning process for Cyril and I. So I'm going to let Cyril have the last word, though, in case there's anything else he wanted to say before we move to these questions.
Yahoo! I'm just going to make it really short. I'm just going to say it's so important for us to give students that experience of transformation and making the solutions to the real world. Our challenge in higher education is, we all know, very significant right now. And we have to be extraordinarily creative. And so the only way we are going to be able to scale some of the innovation that's required these days is to actually actively involve our students. And it's that framework that's so exciting. As I said, I'm experimenting right now with some larger scale approaches at internships and curricular student challenges. And I see that it can have a huge impact. And that's partly what I'd like to explore with you all, is that, do we see it as a possible California thing that we can foster, a shared either hackathon or an engineering event? A lot of times it's about just creating real world solutions. And if there's one thing that really students want to do is make a difference in not only their life, but the world. So how do we do this together? I really appreciate hearing from you all.
All right, thank you. So I think these are kind of just for people to thought, and I think actually the question that Cyril had was actually a really good kind of start to, if people have thoughts on that. But so I'll just say open it up for questions or comments on either what Cyril had to say or what's up here. So, yeah.
For anyone that has questions, please raise your hand and I will hand you the mic.
Oh, and I'm going to turn this off so we can all see Cyril.
Hi, I'm at one of the UCs in the Research and Economic Development Department. I've seen two students from two different UCs recently who came for entrepreneurship support, and one of them was not guided at all and he was like dreaming of having an open source project, but also expects to make a living on it, and he's been coding for a year on it. So I was worried he was gonna use a license that was too permissive. And then I had another couple of students who were asked to sign away their IP in order to be allowed to participate in a campus accelerator. And I read the contract, and it was from my department. And so I'm just curious, are you running into issues with the people on campus who are trying to produce as much private IP as possible, and what's your strategy around that? And can your office be a resource for me to send students to who need somebody to look at a document and say, hey, maybe you have another option. You could open source this, or this is what would happen if you did?
I would say to the last question, yes, we are a resource. I don't know if it's specifically to give a hard answer on that, because we do have to respect our TTO, our tech transfer folks, who we are I can't say it's 100% every Altum campuses, but a lot of the campuses do have OSPOs have good relationships with our TTO, our tech transfer offices. So for that question, I would say, yeah, I'm not sure, you said they were from different campuses?
There's like one from one UC and then a pair from another
Okay.
UC.
Yeah, if you want to talk, actually, Carla would be a good person. The three of us should talk after, and we could probably go into more detail about like who at different campuses to talk to. I know that my experience with working with my Innovation Hub folks and with my tech transfer office has been very positive, recognizing the concerns about IP with regards to people who are developing open source. Students, yeah, I think the issue is because within UC, and correct me if I'm wrong, Carla, students within UC typically own their own IP. Not graduate students, undergraduates. As soon as they start becoming like staff, which is like a graduate student would be considered, there is that discussion about the IP technically is, under the university. So I'm not sure if that's why the accelerator students got that way. We could talk about that later. But I think it is something important to recognize that even when it's the UC, at least under the UC system, even when it is seen as IP of the university because they paid for it in some way, be it from a position, and that's normally that situation, there is still a pathway for open source and a pathway for the students still being able to like move to the next step with that open source. Like you could, if that student wants to, if they want to open source the product and then build upon that, that pathway is available. It's just that, I think it depends on each campus right now. I think one of the efforts we're trying to make is making it more a system-wide approach that people can feel more confident knowing that there are like specific ways of handling, different situations. Like, it sounded like you had two very different systems. And so I would different examples. So it wouldn't be like everybody has the same example. There's no cookie cutter approach to it, but at least people feel a little bit more confident. And that is one of the things that we are doing. I know Carla wants to talk, but I would let Cyril just talk about CSU first. Yeah.
I'll just briefly share that whenever we pay for internships or student assistance, technically then CSU could own the IP. However, because it's a requirement for the library that this project be open source and commercializable license, MIT license, it's actually freeing the students to commercialize it after they want, like branching it off, but that's on their own time, and when they're working with us, it's an open source project and it results in an open source product. And I think that's super important because I explain it to students that this is actually in your interest, because if you decide you want to commercialize it, you can, but there exists the open source. Your only leverage is you're the first to the market. You understand the market, but that's how we do it here.
Carla, why don't you introduce yourself too?
Hi, I'm Carla Padilla. I'm over at the UC San Diego Open Source Program Office. So I've been working a little bit with the TTOs on some of these problems or issues. And what I want to say is that the UC Regents, which kind of sits above all the UCs, I consider it like the federal government, and then each campus is its own little state. So they have policies about copyright and who owns what. And there is a website, just Google UCOP copyright, and it'll bring you to a page where it kind of outlines who owns what and under what conditions. Like generally, like Stephanie was saying, if you're doing something as a staff member, if you do something as a research project, because a lot of research grants will specify who owns what, right? Sometimes, it's not owned by the students. It might not even be owned by the university. It could be owned by, whoever's providing the grant. Sometimes with like what students do on their own, generally undergrads do own it, except that if they use significant university resources, now how that's defined and, what is that line can be a little bit blurry, and that's really where Tech Transfer Office or your Office of Innovation or Commercialization, whatever it's called on your campus, would be the ones to weigh in on it. So we can help guide you to kind of those resources. We can also talk to you about the different licenses, what licenses are kind of favored by the UC, if UC has some of the ownership, but they're allowing open source, or if as a student and you completely own it, we can help you say, these are the different licenses, here's what they do, but we have to be careful about not providing actual legal advice. But, there is opportunity for us to help provide that guidance that I think you're looking for, your students might be looking for.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I feel like one of the big pushes for it within the OSPO effort, not just at UC, but at all the other, there's almost 30 campuses around the U.S. that are starting to have these offices in their campuses, and I think that's one of the goals that we have, is to be that bridge, so that researchers don't feel like they can have these discussions with TTO with the tech transfer without feeling like they're giving up their, giving up the work that they've done. So I think that is part of our role. And did you have another question, or did we get everything? Okay, yeah.
We have roughly less than 10 more minutes of this session, but we do have still time for questions.
Okay, cool.
I have a quick question about what kinds of discussions have you had with developing policy for when it comes to what exactly should be open sourced versus what is defined as IP? I think the library aspect of looking at, especially with academia, there are some things that we should all know, and that information should be free, right? Libre, in a sense of, and I know that there's all sorts of different policies that have been written for the state of California, in the sense of looking for small businesses first and doing all these other things. So is there any discussion in developing policy at either the university governance level or at the state level to say we should be defaulting to open, and what kinds of information should be retained as IP versus should be retained as IP but via open source licensing? Because for my government employee, people can ask for my text messages on my government phone. Why is the script that I write any different than that? So yeah, just curious if you've looked into that at all, or.
I mean, I mentioned the EU model. I think is an interesting starting point for that. Within California, my understanding is that the problem is that there is actually a default to open, but it's never been enforced, and so that's a big problem that we are trying to recognize and how to deal with. That's actually one of the things that I feel like is, at least we have some hey, look, there's actually, I think, laws on the books that say you're supposed to do that. But because of because of complicating factors and lack of education on how to actually do that, I mean, education at the broader, not just within the universities, but within the state system. I think that that's one of those areas that we could, especially with collaboration between the two big systems, education systems, university systems, that would be actually a very good start, kind of showing this is what open source is. You just haven't understood it till now. For the policy at UCOP, I think that part of the efforts that we're doing within the discussions with UCOP Legal have touched on it, but I feel like that has been a campus-to-campus discussion because everybody knows the technologies out of their campuses the best. So I think that there are things, software seems to get a little bit of a free ride not free ride, that's probably too easy a word to say, but it's more it is seen oh yeah, patenting or copywriting, software does seem to be maybe not the best way of making sure it gets used and implemented. So I think that there's a slow understanding that that software is is unique. That said, that doesn't help with open hardware aspects, and I think that that's still an issue that nobody's gotten their head wrapped around within UC about how exactly to make those determinations. I do feel like, at least within my interactions with tech transfer at UC, is that they do want to lean towards what the inventor, what the person who developed it wants to do with it, as the kind of, if, you know, they would like to respect that within the first, like, because they want to have these people continue to do stuff and not like squelch any like other research that they might be coming up with. So right now I don't feel like there is a single policy push or discussion at the moment. I do think that there's discussions at UC. There's some sort of discussion in the California state system, but the government. But I don't think there's not a single effort right now, as far as I know. Cyril, do you have any thoughts on?
If I understood it well, I would say the policy for procurement is a nightmare at most universities, and I'll just share this. They often want to get the commercial option because the free one is very confusing in our systems. And yet, so I would just share that it sounds like one of the education things that we all need to do is really make sure that the procurement folks know how incredibly important open source is and encourage that they streamline the process. Because if it has to fit how a subscription to Microsoft service or other services works, it's a nightmare. And the reality with open source is it's a great opportunity to be creative and innovative and to really empower our students in a way that transforms us. And if we have to make it fit the commercial model, it's really difficult. Imagine what open access looks like without a mandate. I prefer not to mandate open access because it should be exciting to publish in the most impactful way, as well as make transformational software like open source. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up procurement. I actually wasn't thinking procurement. I was thinking the other way around. So yes, that's exactly what he says.
Okay, hi. So thank you so much for your presentation. My question kind of a little bit from a different angle of the same story, bridging the gap. Everybody talking, I will be talking about bridging the gap between open source and academia as well. So what I'm interested in, so you talked about like empowering, facilitating like students, researchers, and basically like all you are doing for the student body. So what I'm curious about, what are your relationships with the faculty?
Yeah.
Do you have any influence on curriculum? Do they come? Because for me, as a founder of non-for-profit, one of the goals is to bridge this sad gap. I find actually faculty being like the most inertious part of any educational system. And I'm still struggling to kind of communicate that probably that's something they need to pay attention. So what is your experience in this regard?
Cyril, did you hear the question? It was how do we, what's our experience with getting faculty to adopt open source practices and platforms? And the person questioning was specifically saying that her experience has been, faculty has been the hardest nut to crack, the hardest problems. What do you feel that you have? Because I have my own opinions on that too. So, but I'll let Cyril go first.
I'll start with saying it's one of the greatest things that we have to do is engage our faculty in a way that's collaborative with students. Faculty care about their students. So by connecting an open source project to the students, it actually helps our relationship with the faculty. And I noticed that really strongly with the GIS project with Jim Graham, Dr. Jim Graham. And I noticed that throughout my career at libraries is that you can't always engage faculty in an open access textbook or this other thing, but connecting it to their students and their care for the students really is a good relationship building opportunity. And you don't need to get everybody. You really just want to encourage that there's enough that model the behavior that we all need to be practicing more of. I used that example of just in Texas the other day, that with AI, a lot of our question and answer assignments no longer have the same, I'll say, impact or value. We really do have to shift to more project-based learning. But it's not something we should say, hey, faculty, you've got to change your assignments. It's like, no, collectively, we've got to work together on something that's really exciting, because higher ed should be exciting. It isn't no longer an ivory tower. It has to be something different. That's my 2 cents.
And I think we're out of time, but my last, yeah, we're out of time, right? Yeah, yeah. I do want to say that there is also a push, just, yeah, everything he just said. Plus, there is a push, I know, within the UC to actually link more open scholarship to tenure and promotion. And I think that's also something, and not just UC, like there's broader efforts as well that we could talk maybe a little bit more about. But yeah, cool. Sorry, everybody else have other questions? I will hang out for a little bit. I'm not sure if Cyril's going to hang out online for much, but I'll probably take you off the screen and just we can keep the Zoom open. But thank you everybody so much for this. It's been a really good conversation. I really appreciate it. And thanks, Cyril, for showing up.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you all for attending. The next talk will be around. Yeah, later. Just say later. Thank you.
I can hear myself talking?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool.
Let me start introducing.
So, are you okay with the mic?
What's
A
up?
handheld
Yeah.
mic, okay, okay.
Afternoon, everyone. Hello. Afternoon, everyone. We are about to begin our next talk for this track. I'd like to introduce Avni. Avni, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
And Adam. Give them a round of applause for this.
Hi, thanks for joining. I'm Avni Khatri, and welcome to our talk. There's a small group of you, so come on up. I'd love for it to be more interactive. Since it's a small group, I think we can make this more of a conversation, and would love to really hear from you all what you all think. I don't know his name, but that's okay. I'm Avni, and I would love to, one thing I do for work is I work at GitHub, and we really want to help educators figure out how to use AI in the classroom. And we're exploring, in this talk, I'd like to explore at least, how we can help teachers help each other with learning about and teaching with and about AI. And here is Adam. This is Adam Holt. He's the founder and lead of Internet in a Box, and we're both very passionate about working with learners and educators to make coding and learning content available around the globe and make kids' dreams come true. So before we start, I think we're such a small group, we could probably even I don't know, you want to introduce yourself to your neighbors? Do you guys know each other already? No. Anybody want to share where they're from? Anybody? Who's an educator here? Let's start with that. Awesome. What do the rest of you do? Awesome. Thanks for encouraging participation. For the folks who are teachers, are you university professors, college professors, high school? Community college. Amazing. Which one? Oh, awesome. I graduated, I'm a SMC alum, so yeah, cool. Awesome. Adam, would you like to introduce yourself?
Not really needed, but a couple of us are from Boston and help tiny schools around the world who may not have even community college budgets. Let's just leave it at that, yeah.
Yeah, we've worked, we're gonna hear more about Internet in a Box and the work that we do there. So I work with GitHub, I lead education for GitHub, so, but I work on Internet in a Box when I can. So very excited to have Adam here with me. So a large, I think I wanna talk a little bit about the challenges educators face. So a large part of my work at GitHub is about supporting students on their journey to becoming developers. And to do that, I'm speaking with educators to understand their perspectives on software development and your use of AI tools such as GitHub Copilot in the classroom and the challenges you face. So consistently, I have heard, I was just at SIGSI in St. Louis 2 weeks ago, and this is my third SIGSI. Does everyone here know what SIGSI is? The Special Interest Group for CS Educators. It's an ACM special interest group where there's, this year I think there were 1,400 educators there talking about, a lot of talks were about AI and using AI. And one thing I've heard, and the conversation has changed over the last 3 years since I've been there. Initially, there was a lot of skepticism about AI and lots of concerns about cheating, how students will cheat with AI. And now I think there's an acceptance, right? We're in the acceptance phase, where I think educators understand that AI is here to stay, and they want to figure out how to use it effectively. And we had a workshop there where we were actually showing educators how they can accelerate their own work by using AI in the classroom. So curious to hear, who uses AI in the classroom here? Are you teaching with AI? You do. Do you prepare any curriculum or accelerate your work with AI at all?
My work is more problem solving when I use it, but when I'm having discussions with students about
do your homework for you. You've already replaced yourself. I don't want to hear about your future. And oh, by the way, can I use AI to grade your homework? And they're like, this isn't working out how I wanted. But help them understand that it's great as a turbocharger on something that that you know how to do or you're trying to figure out how to do. It's going to only make you more stupid if you're replacing yourself.
Yeah, and I think what I've heard is like AI can help with the simple debugging and take away some of the tactical like work that if you're a computer science professor, like a lot of initial work is, I think it's important to know how to debug, but like knowing the syntax differences between Python and Ruby, not sure how important that is, right? And I think leveraging AI for that is great, but the problem solving and the critical thinking skills is something that we still want to cultivate, right? So I think teachers are expected to learn and teach, like before, you've always been asked to teach basic computing, software development, version control, and now AI. And there's escalating expectations because the pace of technology is just rapidly increasing, right? Like last year, you know, we were talking about essentially agents were coming to existence. Now it's all about agentic workflows. And do you know agentic AI? Yes, go ahead.
So I'm curious, where are you hearing that AI is being taught in schools? You submitted a curriculum committee, I was at the University of Universal, there's a curriculum committee that has to define what's being taught in the course. Those curriculum committees are how many years behind? I mean, there's still courses that are taught that are like Java as the primary language. So
Sure.
Ruby and
Python.
and I mean maybe Python for research, the use of Python, not teaching Python might be there. But I'm curious where you're hearing that courses are now teaching
With AI?
well, not with AI, but teaching the development of AI, or I mean, there might be teaching AI in the sense of you can't not teach AI because I don't know if people saw it here, but Canvas, which was the learning management system for a while, was reading the browser of Chrome was reading the browser of the Canvas interface for the student learning management system and saying, oh, I see you're looking at the Treaty of Versailles. Let me generate a. So if that's teaching with AI, it's not anybody planning to do that. So I guess I'm trying to differentiate in my head of like, how are you dealing with AI as an instructor versus how are you implementing AI as a resource, a tool, no different than if you were teaching graphic design by using Adobe Creative or whatever it's called. So I don't really get the context of like what you're.
Yeah, I think, so you're talking about two different things, right? It's like, yes. So I think it's actually both. I think teachers need to understand how their students are using AI, regardless of the instruction they receive, right? Because I think it's over half, or nearly half of students use AI in their workflows, and I have a data on that. But I think that there's also, I think teachers understanding how their students are using AI, but then I think there are courses that exist today, like, I don't know, where do you teach? Out of SUNY Albany. Okay, I don't, well, so I know, like, at UCSD, Leo Porter has a course on, his CS1 course on Python, right? It's now, I think it's called, like, Learning Python with Copilot, right? So I think it's very, I think I'm seeing teachers actually intentionally introduce AI into the classroom. CS50 at Harvard has developed their own AI debugger tool, right? Like, so basically providing guardrails so that it's a more Socratic AI bot instead of one that just gives you answers all the time. So I do see intentional uses at, oops, sorry about that. I do see intentional uses from educators. And I think I'm talking about both. I think part of it is that because curriculum, as you're saying, right, like curriculum standards take years to develop. And if I look at the pace of technology just the last 5 years, I don't think teachers, I believe, and so I'm not a teacher, so I'm coming from a very non-teacher perspective here, but I believe that teachers need to, I think, my hypothesis is teachers can learn from each other and accelerate each other, share knowledge, but also share artifacts, right? And the artifacts are changing, right? It used to be the artifacts were documentation, assignments, exam materials, right? Those were things that teachers could share, photocopy, share over email. Now I think the artifacts are prompts, can be skills, can be specific workflows, right? That teachers can share with each other of how they're accelerating their own work. And then I think there's a thought leadership piece where you want to understand how students are using it so you can design your courses effectively. I think what I'm saying is so I know people ask teachers to do a lot already, and I'm saying teachers are now being asked to do even more, but I think you can help each other to do so. That's the hypothesis.
I was shocked. They told me they do have AI course and they teach it and they are super interested in like transfer perception. So no, they do.
I agree, and I think AI, the first segment is this is sort of like, yeah, students are using Wikipedia. Remember?
Oh yes, yes, yes.
5 years ago, everyone
Yes.
using Wikipedia. What
Yes.
do we do about it, right?
Oh yes.
So I think I agree with that.
Yes.
I agree completely. I would sort of maybe, I'm sure that you can find exemplars of Harvard teaching an AI course with some really bitchin' stuff. For every Harvard bitchin' AI course, there's going to be somebody still teaching their Java,
Yep.
course, and there's probably more. So I guess that's why I'm looking for motivation to help, because I agree with you completely. So I'm wondering how you push the academy in a way. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, no, totally get it. Push the, I didn't hear the last part though. Push.
You're talking about the value of collaboration and non-traditional shareable
Yeah.
artifacts, outputs.
So how do we encourage more of that?
I'm just trying to understand what you're,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm hogging the mic.
No, it's great. I think your points are valid, and I'm sure you're asking things that are on other people's minds. Like, how do we push? How do we accelerate the sharing, right? The collaboration. What do you all think? I have ideas up here, and I'll give you my ideas, but I'd love to hear. Yeah.
So I'm not a teacher, but I did do research on how students are currently using AI. So the study that was ran at UC Berkeley on mixed methods, and they focused primarily on computer science students. And what we're finding in the field is basically they're using AI as a companion or a tutor, because for the most part, teachers have very limited hours for office hours, basically. So you've got a 24/7 person that could upload all these materials that the teachers are providing and be able to hey, where am I metacognitively missing some of these points that I need to extract? So smart students will do that to help understand concepts at a deeper level. Now, I think what we're realizing is if we already know some of the habits that students are employing to learn involves AI, what are some of the guides that will provide them to be able to prompt AI the right way so that they can have available materials as if they had TA 24/7 with them? So feed them, we've got stuff like NotebookLM to basically upload all the PDFs in there, and then if you have a specific study guide, you can upload it there, and they've got all of their FAQs ready to go 24/7. That's one. The other thing is, this is where my big question is that if you're teaching computer science students and they're kind of working out their errors through AI, which will just tell them the answer, you're kind of losing the toil. So the loss of toil is something we're curious about because does that prevent them from learning? Because part of being a developer is going through the toil, working through the spaghetti, and then unraveling it, and then getting to the answer at some point, learning from their mistakes. But with AI, it's just the
those where it's just about the grade.
Right. But that's something we're curious about, right? Like, we know they're using it. So how do we address, like, the, the value of learning in this age where AI is already default?
I love this. Yeah, go ahead, Steve. Yeah.
I'd say the toil's still there because I'm not a student or a teacher, but I use AI all the time, and it is like 80% okay, and never 100% good.
Yeah.
The problem though,
Toil's not gone.
yeah, I agree with that, but the problem is if you have to, you have to have the experience to understand it enough to go, that's wrong.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it dumps core when you run the thing that AI gave you, you know for sure, but if it doesn't give you the output that you were expecting, yeah, you didn't know when you were looking for it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Students may not know enough to know that it's only okay. Yeah.
That's right. And I think educators are what I've heard is that educators are adjusting how they test knowledge, right? So to your point, like, have they absorbed or have they learned the material that the class objectives had? I think educators, what I've heard at least, is that educators will modify the exams themselves. Like, for example, instead of asking people to write a piece of code for the exam, they'll be asked to explain the code, right? And I like the examples that you gave with Notebook LM, like how much of that content, what I'm asking is like, can that, we're gonna create repeatable artifacts, right? I think educators are gonna are recreating the wheel. And instead of doing it in silo, I'm wondering like, can that Notebook LM, that set of artifacts be shared, right, in an open source manner so that we don't have to recreate the wheel over and over again, especially given how fast technology is moving, right? That's the idea, at least. Cool. Thanks. Do you want to add anything else? Okay. Sorry, my slides keep going to sleep. Yes? Yes. Mm.
So I do a lot of team-based learning, so, you know, it's not necessarily in real time as good to work in small groups, but they'll, yeah, I'm sure they're using, you know, some AI techniques. So I just wonder also, how is that a consideration in how the work that you're doing? And I learned, we call it frustration tolerance, one of the how frustrated we get before, and I try to challenge the group to introduce problems in real time, so that, because you do want to frustrate them, you want to see how long they'll go to break, and they'll just accept it. And you don't do garbage, so you end up with the core done, and you're not missing. So you deal with all this happening. So that way the sense of pedagogy also, I think, plays a role.
I agree. It's like you want your students to build resilience, right, so that they keep going. I think that's a part of it. I think educators are going to have to be creative, right, about how. Well, I also think so I think they're going to have to be creative to have the students learn the intended material, right? I think also the expectations of what students need to learn is going to change, right? Because I do think that I think I'm trying to think of a good example historically that could relate, right? So you provided the Wikipedia example earlier, which is interesting because we're going to talk about that in a bit. I don't know why this is not working. Hold on. Oh, this fell asleep. Okay, we have help. Thank you. So I think that Wikipedia, I think, is an interesting example where teachers were afraid that students would just use Wikipedia to write their book reports, right? And I do think that teachers found creative ways to help, I think, not just to prevent cheating, but to use Wikipedia to augment their learning, right? And also, I think have it not be, like, I think Wikipedia is a little bit, it's like make sure it's not the single source that's used for the research that you do, right? And I think there was a more easier workaround than with AI. Perhaps the calculator example that we've heard many times in, use, like when the advent of calculators, people were worried students are not gonna learn math. But there were ways that were, like, we found ways that students still have to know math, learn math, and they can still use the calculator in the AP exam, right? So I think that's the creativity that's gonna be required. It's like, if AI is here to stay, what has to change in our pedagogy to make sure that what changes in terms of what students need to know and learn, and then what needs to change in terms of what they need to know and learn, and then how do we change the teaching to address that? Oh, that's the wrong one. Yep, I can do it. Thanks. I'm not sure what happened, but we're going to do a take two. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to try to stay here so I don't have the projector go to sleep. All right, thank you for your help. Okay, cool. 1 second. So I think Adam actually has a good point of view on this. So 10 to 15 years ago, when we talk about AI, right, and the struggle to keep up with the pace of AI, 10 to 15 years ago, the AI word was cheapened from what it meant in the 1950s, right? It was originally meant to be superior to human intelligence, to refer to tactical improvements. About 6 years ago now, the term generative AI rose to prominence to refer back to that old definition. And 3 years ago, I think advanced search or 4 years ago now, right? Like advanced search engines such as ChatGPT came to fruition. And 2 years ago, news articles from today are now in your AI models. Like I can just search and find out what's going on if I just search like Google and use Gemini. And they're using RAG, right, to figure out what's going on. So now today, like AI knows a lot about you. And educators like you here, right, that AI is a tool, educators still decide on and shape the curriculum, or like AI is not something to fear or avoid. Students will use it anyway, like we talked about, right? And the ever-present, by bringing it in yourself, you're helping students learn to use AI the right way. Student interactions with AI must be observed and encouraged so they do not fall behind. Right, so, and I think Adam's going to talk a little bit about like how it's harder in the developing world with the scarcity of mentors and resources, and yet I think the potential for AI exists. So why, like if I want to look at the numbers, we already talked about students using AI. Like from a GitHub Classroom survey, we see like close to half of students, 47%, AI is a daily part of their schoolwork. Another 21% use it weekly. And most of those who use GitHub do so frequently, including 74% who use it once a week, and they aren't just using it for school, they also use it for personal work. And I found that really amazing because the results are centered around AI and ladder up to increasing overall GitHub and Copilot usage, and we see a shift in direction with over 70% of teachers using AI in the classroom. So you talk about like there's teachers that don't use it in the classroom, but some of the, like at least for the teachers, and here it was like 1,500 teachers responded in this survey across 142 countries. The teachers that are on GitHub, right? It's 70. Did I say yeah? Over 70% of teachers are using AI in the classroom. So that's an astonishing number to me, right? Because it means that you're gonna encounter a teacher who's teaching about software collaboration. Why are you smiling, so? Go ahead. I think it's actually the former. I'm assuming it's the former. I don't know if we got into that detail, but I'm assuming like they're somehow incorporating AI use in the classroom. But we know that AI use is not just for coding, right? Like you have many products that now, like even Chrome, M365, they have AI embedded into the desktop applications. Yeah.
It's like saying, 90% of people that own cars have a driver's license.
So,
of course, because you're self-selecting a sample that is predisposed to using AI.
You think people on GitHub are predisposed to using AI?
If you're focusing on
I think there can be exceptions to that. I think there are people, no? That's why it's not 100%. So I agree. The survey is, I guess it's biased is the right word, or the survey is leaning towards people who I think would be more inclined to use AI. I agree, because they're already on GitHub. Is your are you saying that there's more people not on AI than is reflected in the survey? Is that the point?
No, if you open it to all teachers in all subjects, those numbers are going to.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, yes, absolutely.
Right? And so it paints a picture that's saying that it's a lot more pervasive in schools when you're self-selecting a topic that is predisposed to
Oh.
using AI.
Oh, absolutely, yes. CS versus non-CS use, absolutely. There's a huge disparity there. Yep. What were you going to say?
The universe is different.
The universe is different in the CS world versus the non-CS world? I agree. Wampa? This is your survey. This is Wakefro. Yeah, yeah. It's your survey. Yeah. Do you remember? Can you remember?
So the question was, does this mean that this is part of the syllabus, the curriculum in class, or have you spoke about it?
I don't.
Part of it, or is it acknowledging that students are using, or some part of the class, students are using some AI? Not only about Copilot in GTS. So it was like, how many times are you using AI tools under the class?
Yeah, but I think the question's slightly different. I don't think it's Copilot specific. It's about, is it, how is it, yeah, go ahead.
What qualifies as a yes?
Yeah, what qualifies as a yes? Is it that they're using, like the teacher has incorporated AI into the curriculum, or is it that they're just observing their students use it? I don't think we got into that detail, yeah. Okay, so which country do you think is the most skeptical of having AI in the classroom? Sorry, I see your hand in the back. Yeah, go ahead.
It's anecdotal, but the educators in my family and the extended family and the students in my family, none of them are CS oriented. All of them are AI. I don't know that GitHub users are
More predisposed.
one of the only two GitHub users in my extended family, and everybody uses AI. And the educators happen to use it as part of their curriculum, and high school teachers, special education teachers, everybody uses it to an extent.
Where are you here? Sorry, what population are you talking about?
From preschool to high school.
In the U.S.?
In the U.S.
Okay.
Specifically LA region.
Okay. Which region? LA? Los Angeles. Okay. What were you going to say? Your. Okay. Cool. He said his wife is a elementary school teacher. Kindergarten? No. Third grade. Okay. Cool. And she's using AI too. Awesome. Thanks for sharing. Which country do you all think is the most skeptical of having AI in the classroom? Afghanistan. Oh. It's actually the U.S., surprisingly. Which country do you think is the most receptive? India. Cool. So what can teachers do? So before I provide my non-teacher perspective and tell you how all things should be, would love to hear ideas from you. What do y'all think? I mean, we already heard, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Kim. We heard from Kim about the work she's doing at where was it? Berkeley. Yeah.
No, I'm with a group called Dora.
Cool. But you were describing a Berkeley example, is that right? Or?
Yeah, so we did the study with Berkeley, studying how students are adopting AI.
Amazing. So we heard from Kim about the example through Dora. Yeah, go ahead.
because AI can certainly just provide answers. Where the sources, how do you follow people? How do they, I mean, we already have students that really don't understand how to figure out what's real and what's not. And so, you know, you've also got this issue of the biases within the models that they're using as well. And so, you know, the way I approach it, now I don't teach CS, I teach other areas, but, you know, I acknowledge it in the classroom. You know, I acknowledge that they're already using it. I don't tell them they can't use it, I don't tell them to use it. But I do tell them that for the projects that we have, they are required to stand up in front of the class and speak to what it is they present, which means that they have to have knowledge.
I like that. Yeah, I think that's great. What subjects do you teach?
Aviation.
Oh, cool. Do you fly? Yeah. Oh, amazing. All right, awesome. So I think the hypothesis here is that teachers need to help teachers. Like, this is a great conversation, right? Just the ideas that are flowing here. I think you all have strong points of view and experience to reflect that. So would love to figure out how to do more of that. And I believe that we should democratize knowledge, right, and create shareable content. The topic-specific prompts we talked about, model selection guidance, make it easier to share learnings, like on an open source repo. And we've done workshops with Internet in a Box. I think in-person and virtual workshops are very helpful. With GitHub, we're gonna have an educator workshop in June, invite you all to join us. And really do just dive in and do the hands-on work. And really look at turning passive educators and learners into creators, right? With everyone learning the tools as they evolve and progressing. And I think the whole inspiration of this talk actually came from an article about Archive, ARXIV, that I read about its origin and how it got started. And I was thinking, like, because as I said, like, at GitHub Education, one of my jobs is to help teachers. And I was thinking, like, how do I actually help educators in the classroom onboard to AI? And this Archive article talked about how researchers, you know, because of the publishing life cycle, they did not have an opportunity to obtain peer review prior to submission, right? There was no real platform to do that outside your own, like, local network, like very localized network. So Archive was formed to say, hey, before you publish to Science or Nature, you know, you can upload your content to Archive in a pre-published format and get feedback from people and get it peer reviewed in a very codified way. I think that Wikipedia does a similar thing with the editing that it provides, and I think GitHub makes that possible for code with collaborative software development. And I think Internet in a Box, which we're going to hear more about in a bit, does that for mostly offline communities, and they serve as transformation models. And I think there's 3 pillars to making that happen. It's the technology. Like, you have to have, like, a place to do it, right? Like a software place, like a centralized software place to do it. You have to have the right content and the ability to share that content. And then you have to have the community of educators or community of users around you to learn from each other and share knowledge with each other. And so here I provide, like, several, like, the platforms as examples, and just the scale that they've reached, right? And I can go into, like, I think you all probably know all 3, like, but I can go into details about why each one like, prescribes to those common principles of free access, peer review, and collaboration. I'd love to hear from you all, though, like, does this resonate with you at all? Like, does this kind of help you think about how you can share your AI learnings with each other? Yeah, like workflows, like when you're talking about skills, you're talking about, like, agentic AI workflows. Yeah, I think there are. I don't know if there are any educator-specific ones yet, though there are, like, I know that Anthropic just came out with a class for educators with materials, so I think that we have resources on the GitHub Education Discussion Forum and our public repo where you can pull lesson plans and AI, like, like basically skills. Like, it's really markdown files that you can incorporate into your workflows, yeah. Yes?
Are there instructional designers involved in this?
There are instructional designers involved in creation of learning content at GitHub. Are there instructional designers involved? This is an idea, right? Like, this is like an idea that teachers can learn from each other, right? I think there could be instructional designers involved in figuring out what is the right way to do it. My current thought is we take these learnings and create an open source repo for teachers to contribute to. And then what does the instructional design look like beyond that? Is it like common courses? Is it common templates that you're looking for? I'd love to hear from you on like what it is that would be specifically helpful.
I don't trust myself to design a course. Not with the training.
Oh, you mean like the course to teach teachers to use AI?
On campus, many campuses have resources, instructional design groups that faculty can go to and say, hey, I'm teaching this course, or I want to introduce this new whatever. And they create learning objectives, they have clear learning objectives, they create teaching learning activities to help you with, so that's the resource, at least, but that I tap that on the shoulder all the time. No one taught me to teach anything. I just, go to that and do this job. That is, you can do it, right? So I was wondering, I don't know if I would look to another teacher or advise them how to teach my course, because there's just as much good design. So I would go to the instructional designers, and they're qualified experts in helping turn content and learning objectives into teaching learning activities to realize what I want.
I think yes, and though I think, well, my hypothesis, well, maybe I'm too arrogant, but I feel like with software development, like with GitHub, right, where it enabled like the anyone can contribute philosophy, right, where like from beginning programmers to seasoned developers, right, but there's no like instructional teacher monitoring everyone's code, right? It's like peer reviewed, right? People are doing code reviews of each other's code. Of course, if you have 5 years of experience versus 1, you may be asked to review more complex tasks, or you may be given a higher level of authority in getting code out to production, right? But so I guess I may disagree with you in that teachers can't review each other's work, right? And I think one of the questions I have is those curriculum committees, those people that have advised and the instructional designers that have advised to date, is there time for that process, or do we need to become more efficient given how fast things are changing? Because what's true last month there may be new things for you to try today and use, right? So it's a question. I don't know. And you may be right. Like maybe it is helpful. I'd love to hear from others too. That's great. Thank you. And then I'm going to turn it over to Adam to talk about Internet in a Box and an offline example we can learn from.
Hey, I hope this is on topic. This is the dark ages. These little boxes contain the internet in a sense. And yeah, some of you have heard this, but I briefly lived in Haiti after the earthquake 16 years ago, so we were forced to do this, forced to, you know, not know what we were doing as teachers, as you said, and bring hard drives full of OpenStreetMap, Wikipedia, Khan Academy, you know, TED Talks. It was the early days, and so this is just an example. Yeah, it's about as anti-generative, anti-transformative, but the earlier definitions of those two words, when the community was the generative part and the community was the transformative part. We're not asleep at the wheel. We have, I would say, not quite 10 folks around the world who are trying to inject AI into these little boxes, which contain, you know, as you said, in more colorful language than me, like some very cool classes, learning gems, right? So we have at the University of Houston, we've got some really kick-ass students who are trying to put little pieces of this conversation into these offline learning libraries. Let's be honest, none of it's working perfectly yet. Some of these AIs are just acting as search engines. Some of them are acting as coding playgrounds to get you to think about what an LLM is. It's like us 3 years ago saying, is this stuff really coming? Yes, it's coming. All these kids in Haiti, they've seen their aunt and uncle use AI on the phone. They know it's coming. So, you know, it's a step back in time in a sense to take all the things we've just been talking about 10, 20, 30 years ago. And we do have, within the RAM limitations, within 1 to 8 gigs, you know, rough LLMs working completely offline with, as you know, like radically more powerful models every couple months. I wish, you know, these very low-income communities could hear this conversation in this room to hear what's going to hit them next in the coming 5 years. Yeah, it's the old world of the, you know, that we've just been talking about, the staff classroom, you know, throwing rough ideas back and forth at each other. The schools that don't have instructional designers, by definition, you know, at the bottom of the economic totem pole, right? But they still make some of these things happen. And even they are getting their feet wet with AI when they have absolutely no, you know, IT shop down the hall that they can, you know, go to. Yeah.
I think this last slide also, this community, this picture here is from a teacher workshop that we did in Mexico in 2020. And we brought, like, I think it was 50 teachers together and showed them in a workshop style format. It was like teaching them about computer usage, about looking at, like connecting to an internet in a box and exploring offline content, like exploring the apps that are on there. And I think that the work that Internet in a Box does, right, yes, not everybody in Internet in a Box is on AI yet, but they are teaching each other, right? They are figuring out ways for the communities to teach each other, and I think that can apply not just to people in Mexico or people that are not as privileged as us, but can also apply to where just knowledge sharing needs to happen, in my opinion.
So, not much to say, but we don't actually measure how many people are using this, so it's somewhere between thousands and millions. We don't know, but it's good to be reminded. Yeah, this is in Kenya, this one? Yeah, so it's typically 32 students connecting, or 10 students to a little Wi-Fi box like this, where a local NGO or church or government has, you know, like curriculum committees have always done, they've stuffed this full of what they define knowledge to be, right? And yeah, this is a pretty successful example in Kenya that we ran into last August. Yeah, and it should be growing many steps above this photo if the two gentlemen in the back there introduce something that allows kids to create their own Android apps on Android tablets like this. If you guys want to hear more about that, you can ask the two guys in the back there later on. So it's not just a static dump of, you know, grandpa and grandma's library inside here. It's definitely generative, but what does that mean? It's evolving.
Thank you. Okay, awesome. So I'm always inspired by the stories that I hear and I see. So the picture here, this Malombe Victor, he's a technologist and an implementer in Africa and Kenya, and he's set up 50 schools across Africa. Like, he's helped connect them, right? Just through downloading this open source software, working with an NGO and figuring out, like, how do I order equipment from China and put it together in a suitcase and make it available to students that need it. And you can come to either the Internet in a Box booth to learn more about this work, or which is in the Expo Hall, booth 420. And also there's a talk tomorrow which will talk much more about the work that we do. The talk is, Where in the World is Internet in a Box?
So to get back on track, conclude, these Neanderthal technologies, in other words, stuff a 1990s internet in the box, are now being combined with 2026 technologies, and we don't know where it's going. But yeah, we have, the two app dev for all guys in the back row there. Their talk is in succession to ours, 5 and 6 p.m. tomorrow. If you are interested into this more radical view that offline grassroots technologies can deliver a lot of this without live ChatGPT, but we're grabbing pieces of ChatGPT inside these little tiny boxes where we can along the way.
Cool. Thanks for remembering that. Yes. All right. So I think how does a local network become global, right? And I think teachers are comfortable with. I think teachers are comfortable with people, just like employees. Like, I'm comfortable with people in my local community, right? Like, it takes a while to acclimate and feel brave enough to reach out. And I think somebody mentioned this, how it's like talking to instead of like going to the TA office, right? Instead of having to face and ask some hard questions to a TA, fear looking stupid, I can just go to my chat bot, right? And ask questions, and I can be very vulnerable with it and do this iterative thing 24/7. I get access to essentially a TA at my side that I can ask anything to and learn. And I think that's been something where AI has been helpful. And I also think that, can we provide an environment where anyone, right, can learn, whether they're in Mexico, in Africa, the US, can we provide an environment where we can all learn from each other? And what does inclusive access to knowledge look like, right? Can curriculum-aligned learning be globally crowd-edited and locally adapted? I think teachers are content verifiers, content givers. I think you're also empathy providers. I actually relate a lot to teachers as a manager. That's like one thing that I found. It's like I majored in CS, and I always think like I probably should have majored in communications and psychology, both, like every day, right? And I think teachers are similar, right? Because it's a lot about people management, right? In a classroom, it's like meeting your students where they are and figuring out how to help them grow. So I think, all right, this is an invitation to collaborate. I'm just gonna go there. It's an invitation to collaborate. I'd love to work with you all on figuring out how to make knowledge shareable. And you can get involved any of these places. There's public education resources, and I'd love to get something started in the public repo here to help educators share knowledge. So if you have an idea, you have a seed, and you want to get going, I would love to work with you to make that possible. Okay. We have a few more minutes for questions. If y'all want to have a little bit more discussion. The discussion's been really good. So thank you for all the questions and the prompts, and I want to keep the discussion going. Please come. You can't miss us. When you walk into the expo hall, the Microsoft and GitHub booth is right there. So come say hi. We'd love to see you. I'll be there a lot of the day, and I'll also be at the Internet in a Box booth. So come by and see us today, tomorrow, Sunday.
Any questions for them?
So for the Internet in a Box project, are you considering downloading some open source models to probably run in There would be super small and limited models, but still a good approach to give some sort of access to AI models to students that don't have access to the internet. And I don't know if you have considered to do anything around that.
Can he have the mic? Sorry.
It's just not distributed. There's so many folks that have got really good alphas or betas of that. Yeah, not on these guys that have 512 megs of RAM. It doesn't work well here. But on the larger Raspberry Pis, it's clunky, but it works. It's got to get out there. Yeah, it's on the verge. I don't know which ones should be sanctioned or recommended so every school in Zimbabwe has it, that kind of thing. We're not there yet, but we're quite close.
I think we had a question in the back.
One thing about teaching AI in the classroom that I think is important is to convey to students that AI is based on history. It is incapable of innovation. It will get you started, but it's not going to get you finished. It doesn't know how to project into the future. It's only going to give you what's been done already.
There was a good observation from a colleague of mine, Marion Lang, who's a former professor, now principal engineer at GitHub, and she talked about how there's a lot of hype around AI, right? And the hype cycle with just a little bit, right? Just a little bit. There's basically what industry is conveying as this is completely revolutionary, going to change your world tomorrow, right? Versus the meaningful benefits of AI in the software development lifecycle that are very true and very real, right? And I think that ambiguity, navigating that ambiguity and figuring out which is which, I think is important as we learn to use AI. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, one of my favorite quotes from someone discussing AI, which is says, no weather forecasting program ever got wet.
Cool, thank you.
More questions?
Okay, thank you all for coming. I'd love to continue the conversation. Thanks so much. Yeah.
Next presentation will start around 5 o'clock, I believe. So hope to see you all there. The presentations or the slides for this one will be available online. Patrick has an announcement.
Other than being obnoxious.
No, I'd love to meet you. What's your name? Yeah.
We helped organize the track, the education track.
Oh, you're Apereo. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
Awesome.
hosting I'm with Apereo, and we helped organize the track, and we're hosting a social. We don't sell anything. We're a nonprofit. So if you wanted a drink coupon for later this evening, let me know, and I'm happy to. Since you all had to suffer through my talk.
Thanks for joining. Yeah. And thanks for sponsoring the track.
by the booth, the GitHub booth. Just whoever's there, just leave your name with us, and we'll get you notified. What's your name? Ashok. Nice to meet you. Abhi. Okay.
So we're gonna see how like next year is, the year after that. Are you a teacher or? I missed the first part of it. Like I don't know any teachers that use GitHub. Like I know a lot of K-12 teachers. So I don't know any that are. Yeah, maybe unless you're in the technical track, maybe. But most of the time, no. Yeah. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Oh, no, no, no. I can hang out and wait. I'm not.
Okay, you're gonna listen to my.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so. Nice to meet you. I don't like take a phone call because they're moving a router right now. They could be in routing. And I'm alone. But no, like AI and the tech. So we have an internal work group of teachers that are wanting to learn AI and cross pollinate between technical and non-technical. I've been able to do what I can and like, hey, this is just a next token predictor, which sounds like very simple, but it's very powerful. So be careful. Blah 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 blah. Here's A. I mean, like I'm also part of the community. Like I'm like, here's how I hacked it. Check this out. Like I had like, stuff like that, and so like that's a double-edged sword because one, they see how powerful it is, and then two, they see like that. Oh my God, I don't want any of my students to use this, or oh my God, I need to use this right now, right? And it's like that's the balance. Yeah. Oh, legit, in the last 5 years, they went from like almost going into everybody. And I get hit up all the time about AI questions. So, like, yeah. I'm with Kirk County Superintendent of Schools. So we're north of here by like 2.5 hours north of here. And so we support about 46 school districts. So it ends up being about like 250,000 students across the spectrum. So, yeah, I don't know. For me personally, I'm really torn because I see people that can do more with less using AI, but then at the same time, I just go to like I see the one viral video, the kid who's scrolling through all of the ChatGPT papers written for him for all his classes during graduation, during commencement. I'm like, bro, like that is bold.
But you know what? At work, my day-to-day, I use AI to help
Yeah.
figure out my chunks of time. I use it for all writing. I now use AI.
Yeah, I do it for email, 100%. I don't have to write per my email, or like I'll just type exactly how I feel and kind of get that, throw it out of the way and be like, hey, rewrite this, make this more professional.
I do the opposite. I'll use AI to generate like a letter of recommendation for a student or something, and then I'll look at that and I'll be like, oh, that was so bad, I could do it better, and then I will, and I usually scrap a bunch of it.
Anyway, it was great talk. Sorry I missed more than half of it.
No, that's okay. I'm glad you came.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad you came. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. I'll see you at the GitHub booth.
Okay,
Sure.
yes, come by. Hi.
Hi, I'm Daria. Okay, nice to meet you. I'm not a teacher, but I used to be, and now I volunteer educate oceanographers, which is what my background is in, but I'm a web developer in my day job.
Oh, awesome.
I might come by the booth and talk to you more, but I'm really curious because I think this was a really, really good talk, and thank you for it. Thinking about how to prepare students and how to handle what's happening.
I wanted to make, I didn't have time, but I wanted to make it more personal, where I could have
Totally.
it go up and running so that people could just respond to it. So that's the next step.
That's the next step. But I also think about, and I was too nervous to ask in front of everybody, I think about what happens once the students leave college, right, or the classroom, because I finished college before ChatGPT. I was lucky enough to do that. So I did have to live through the toil and frustration and that kind of thing, and I think it made me a better programmer. And now I have coworkers who just graduated last year, and I watch over their shoulder, and they will literally copy-paste back and forth from their IDE into ChatGPT, like not even adding a prompt, not even doing, literally just copy instantly without Googling anything, and it makes me so nervous. And so I also am very conscious of like, okay, in the classroom is very important, but then like once they leave the classroom, there are no guardrails. Like how do we encourage people outside of the classroom also to be using like the curious people, right? Like I think it's the curious folks that will figure out unique ways to problem solve and keep their critical thinking skills sharp. I do think, and I get lazy too.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
get lazy.
Oh, absolutely. I think you should find some water. I agree. Go get some water from outside. Maybe you can go have fun with your mom.
Okay. All right. Hello, the remaining people who willing to stay for the last session on Friday. Like, I knew that will happen. I knew that will happen because I would never stay for 5 p.m. on Friday. So, like, I really commend people who still come and stay and want to listen for something. So at least you know what rumors are. It is recorded and it will be recorded. So probably, hopefully, somebody will listen at their leisure time, right? So let's hope for the best. Okay, I am going to talk about Postgres. And you know what I noticed today? I sat here, listened to all the talks about open source and education. And I was wondering how many times people will mention any database. So you know how many times databases are mentioned today? Once. Once. Yeah. So we talk about open source, but somehow it's mostly Linux and all programming languages, but not databases. And I do not want databases be forgotten because all the problems which were discussed today about open source and education, when it comes to databases, they are tripled, quadrupled, and whatever. So, and I spent a life trying actually to do something with that, almost life. Okay, I'm doing it for a very long time. So, my name is Hetty, and my day job is a database architect at DRW Holdings. It's a trading firm in Chicago. Also, I'm a founder and president of Prairie Postgres non-for-profit organization dedicated to Postgres education in the Midwest states of the United States. Also, I'm a communication chair for the ACM Chicago chapter, and I'm LPI board of directors member. So by all of these three, I kind of have a place at this convention. Also, on top of everything, which I mentioned, which already takes kind of about 200% of my time. I run Illinois Prairie Postgres user group, and I'm an organizer of Pitch Data conference, which will happen in Chicago in June. So that is, I have literature about this conference here in the first row. This will be a 2-day conference, and it will include complementary training on different aspects of Postgres. First day, half-day training. We already have full program. Tickets are on sale. We have community and academic partnership, and we have full price ticket $50, 50, and student tickets $20. So come and join us. I have QR codes here. All right, so as I said, I'm from Chicago, the city which gave the world lots of things like skyscrapers, the largest in the world warehouse, not data warehouse, but industrial warehouse, Montgomery Ward's warehouse, the largest in the world exhibition space, Merchandise Mart, the largest Ferris wheel, also the International Workers' Day, May 1st, and International Women's Day, and lots of other things. And among those, I think the only city, in the safe space, the only city which did not let National Guards in. So we have something. And as the author of the Chicago development plan, Daniel Berham said, make no small plans, and I'm not making small plans. I'm making big plans, actually. So that's why I am here. All right. So, what is the problem which we have? The talk is called Postgres and Academia, and what is the problem? Okay, so here is the problem. Everybody here before me, like each person who talked about the gap between academia and industry, and it's well-known fact, right? So on one hand, absolutely, we are talking about, yes, we should teach students fundamentals. We should teach students the way to solve problems, but also we need to expose them to some world problems. And the biggest problem is that we are continuously having difficulties here. Again, it's not new. It was forever, and it was in all industries, right? So being a generic problem, it is especially acute when we're talking about teaching computer science students, and especially when teaching databases. And it's not because I love databases, but I think it's objective problem. So let me explain why I think that this problem is the most serious. So I would cover 4 different aspects. It's like major and curriculum, students' expectations, training materials, and lack of open source software exposure. So let's start from majors and curriculum. Again, it was mentioned today multiple times that curriculum is difficult to change. It takes time. It doesn't happen instantaneously. At the same time, what I hear when I speak to faculty, people are trying to stay on top of current research trends, yes, because they need their public industry trends, but what is visible, what is buzz, it is important because they want to make curriculum appealing to the upcoming students because they need more students, right? So that's kind of the idea behind what, how curriculum has been built. At the same time, students want to be employable after graduation. Yes, that's why they're there, right? I mean, we want them to be able to think independently, solve problems, but they want to be employable after graduation. And while they want it, they often do not know what it will be required from them when they will enter the workforce. So, expectations for the students. So they want to be ready, they want to be employable. And they go to job fairs, right? They look up the listings, and you know what they see? What they do not see. They do not see anything about databases. Like literally, look at what is offered as entry level. No position mentions databases. It's always kind of, it might come up later in the interview, nice to have, but it's definitely not a requirement. And you know, normally only several years after graduation, students realize that probably they need to know something about databases. Again, and I talk to the students at my work, you know, several years after graduation, because they come to me and are asking why the things which they design do not work. So again, I faced this problem for like super long time because before I became like database administrator, database developer, database architect, etc., I actually been a professor and researcher. I worked in academia for several years. Then I went to industry because I like to do cool things. But once a teacher, forever teacher. So been there. And we don't need theory. I heard it 40 years ago. I hear it now. It is a huge problem. That's like others like, yeah, like more than 30 years ago when I was like kind of younger, starting like TA, and I taught the evening classes for, you know, returning engineers who wanted to learn about databases. Oh my gosh, I started to teach them relational theory, what is like selection projection. They complained to the department that I'm teaching them wrong things. I'm not giving them practical skills. So nothing changed. Same story now. Like the hardest part to explain people that they need theory. And the students who are like current students, they often do not think they need theory of databases. They want to learn something cool like AI. what's a relational? Gosh, the relational theory is not cool because everybody uses NoSQL databases, and that's all outdated, which is not true. Okay, so next problem, insufficient training materials. And that's like multifaceted problem because first of all, there are objectively not enough training materials to teach real databases. And again, generic for all computer science, especially for databases. So again, anybody who taught any computer science classes knows developing training materials takes more time than developing courses. The other thing is that also when you evaluate like 300 students, you need some automation with results evaluation, which means you are using some tool which does not necessarily checks the depth of understanding of the databases. And again, for all computer science, especially for databases. Even, you know what, forget about evaluating students. When people like apply for some position and they go through technical screening, there are all these automated online tests where they are supposed to solve some problems with SQL. And the only thing these tests evaluating, they're evaluating grammar, evaluating that people know how to write grammatically correct SQL statements and something which produce correct results. There are no tests which would evaluate whether they wrote efficient SQL statement, how long it will be executed. Will it be executed like in 1 second or for 10 hours? Like these materials do not exist, these tests do not exist, period. So no exposure to a real world problem, okay? So now, limited, if any, usage of open source. Everybody talked about this today, right? And again, for databases, it's even worse. There's, again, historical problem. I experienced it when I was in academia. We have academic subscriptions. We have Oracle Academic Edition, which is for free. We have Microsoft Office, which is for free. And people tend to rely on this because, yes, it's for free, it's available, you do not need to do anything. And this gives free promotion to proprietary products. And also it secures future user base. Because again, we can talk forever about which database is best for which project, but at the end of the day, you know what we choose, what we know how to use. And if we started with Oracle, we are using Oracle for the rest of our lives, no matter how much it costs. If we started with Microsoft, it's very difficult to switch to something else because it works and we know how to work this software and we know how to make the best usage out of it. So also this kind of like traditional suspicion regarding open source, free products. You know what? I did not plan, but when I was searching for the image, I saw this like Russian foreign minister. I could not skip this, so I decided let him be on the slide. It just popped up, okay? So I just said let it be. So that's honestly, but this existing bias towards open source products is less reliable, which sometimes may be possibly true, but not always. And also, another big problem is insufficient marketing of open source tools for higher education. And now as a LPI board member, I can tell that LPI does very decent job regarding this, but probably that's the only organization which does decent job regarding marketing of open source tools for higher education. It just does not exist. And in general, marketing for like open source could be much better, okay? Now, why, okay, where is our invisible hand of market? Why market does not catch all these problems? Again, as I said, when a student chooses where to go, when they choose their higher educational institution, they do not know what they will need. during this 4 or 5 or 6 years while they're there, things change. And again, databases are so like in the shadows. Like they do not know they will ever need databases. They do not pay much attention. Okay? Also, like important consideration: computer science versus software engineering. So, yeah, companies do not hire computer science graduates to write programs. They hire software engineers, and that's important. And engineering component is important, and we do not have it in higher education. And I actually wanted to ask this question. I'm asking this question: is there any college or university who officially give degree for DBAs? No, right? Where all DBAs are coming from? Who teaches them? Who like certifies their quality? God only knows. But I can tell you that like no educational institution in the world like educates DBAs, like generically. So yeah, that's a problem with. Okay. And who is affected? Everybody. So I can tell that hiring companies, so for the past long number of years, I am on the hiring side, and I see this problem when people come and they do not know basics. It's actually alarming how much basics they do not know. Obviously, graduates who have trouble finding employment in open source community. Why open source community suffers? Because we lose this potential user base and we lose future contributors and yeah, all of the above. So coming to databases again, why using open source databases is especially important. So as with any other open source product, we are talking about availability, equal opportunities, fostering diversity and inclusion, and specifically for Postgres, that is database which originated in academia, database which was developed in the university, database which is the full scale, complete relational database with all the modern trends. And you do not have any light version for Postgres, for academia, or for usage. You go to the website, you download, and you have full Postgres with all capabilities. You can use it, you can try it. So it's extremely important, extremely useful in education process. And also that's like great support for the community because again, it like brings us new users, new potential contributors, and like, I mean, lots of things which can be done with Postgres and academia overall. So that's for academia. Why it's important for Postgres project? Again, new ideas, new hackers, new user base. And same as why Oracle puts Oracle Lite into educational institutions, we would rather put Postgres in educational institutions because we want people to have, we want these future graduates to have Postgres as their to-go tool, as the tool they know most, and they would start, they would advocate for using Postgres at their future workplaces. Now that I talked like for the half of my time, now again, that's my organization, Prairie Postgres Not-for-Profit. So we serve Midwest states of the United States, and we specifically focus on educational aspect of Postgres. Our conferences, our meetups, our training courses are all geared toward educating developers, students, and bridging these gaps between Postgres and all the other aspects of the world. So we are focusing on Midwest community, on application developers, and on students and recent graduates. That's our target audience. So what we found? Easier said than done. Because we all know, we like Postgres community knows that existing problem, existing gap. People do not know Postgres, like not enough students come to our meetups. And I thought that, okay, we are not advertising enough, and like it turned out to be extremely challenging. Like literally it's such a simple thing to like, hey, students, we have something for you to offer. Okay? Uh, so then, hold on, let me first, sorry, wrong one. Okay, apps where I am. Okay. So why? Because students, I mean, okay, in the past year, I think, or so, students started to be on Meetup.com more frequently. Before that, they just never were on Meetup.com. They had their Discords, their like servers, their like whatever forums. So it was like ivory wall around them. Then they kind of do not see a need until they are about to graduate. So I started to see students when kind of like, 6 months before the graduation, they just start actively looking for meetups, and they start to look where they can meet people, they can meet professionals. Then they start to appear. And, if they get interested in Postgres, like us, but technically they are all done, I managed to interest some of them in Postgres, but kind of a little bit too late, though it's like not hopeless. So they do not have incentives. Learning becomes not a part of their curriculum, and does not seem like will benefit their future, and there are not enough communication channels. Honestly, like first year when I was actively doing it, it was how I can actually outreach. It was not easy. Okay, now, challenge getting faculty involved, that's still the biggest challenge, because why? Why? What's the reason? What's in for us? No reason, right? So, okay, we have our curriculum, we have our courses, why we need to learn something which nobody is asking for. By the way, students are not interested in having this knowledge. Also, okay, when you go to academic conference, you can get certificate of participation. When your work is accepted to the academic conference, it is your publication, it's your citation index, it's something. You go to Postgres conference, nothing. Why? What's the reason? So nobody comes, all right? Now, challenging getting researchers interested in presenting. So same story. Why they should go, why they should present, it's no benefit. And it's actually not easy to bring new academic ideas to Postgres community. There's problem of community, but it goes both ways, okay? What we, like how we started to approach it. Again, I work actively in this direction for several years now. First of all, we are doing extensive outreach. So like, honestly, we did this marketing. So we specifically wrote like very targeted messages to all Chicago University's computer science departments. First, like 1 out of 10 responded. And actually, when I started to talk to them, I found that the only reason why they responded, because one of the professors read my book, which starts from like, okay, no professors ever saw real database. So like, I don't think otherwise they would even respond. That's very mixed success. I'm happy I have one university interested in academic partnership, and actually we are working on signing contract with them, so I think it will happen. 1 out of 10. Then inviting students to our meetups, we have pizza. It's easy. Honestly, that's like, I think all the incentive for them to come, but small percentage of them come for pizza, stay for Postgres, which makes me very happy. Again, 1 out of 10 probably, but some of them don't. Then we offer students volunteering opportunities. So that's so how it looks. So we have a conference. You can come and volunteer, which means that you get free access, but also I can tell you, you are not going to this session, you are manning this other session, so they kind of have this limited like options to go to whatever talks they want, but again, it's free and free meals. So I get like 7, 10, 12 students every year, like manning the conference, and they are exposed to Postgres, like doing something. Also, discounted tickets. So this year, I mentioned we have $20 student tickets. For several years, I just try to make sure that if some of our sponsors is not using their ticket, they communicate to me, I give the unused ticket to students. So it was operational nightmare because they can decide, okay, we have 4 sponsored tickets, only 2 people are coming, we have 2 tickets. And it's like a day before the conference. So now I need to quickly find, okay, hey, students, who was interested, like, please confirm you're coming, not coming. I was absolutely sick and tired of it. So then we try to work on like sponsor subsidizing student tickets. That's also another challenge. So I think that the only way to attract more students is to make student tickets like really, 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 really low cost. So this year we have $20 student tickets. And I mean, okay, conference is in June, but guess how many students bought the tickets so far? Two. So I am hopeful that that's not the end of it. And again, as I said, we have partnership with one of the universities, and they are actually seriously want to partner with us. So I am invited to their like fair, like career, whatever, business intelligence fair next week, and they actually asked me to be there as a resource with like our literature. So hopefully something will come out of it. But other universities, yeah, and it all only goes on personal, contacts, communications. If somebody knows somebody. All right. Yes. Okay, when I have presenters from outside Chicago, like you, Jimmy, I always order one deep dish pizza. When they are only locals, we know better. So I always have good pizza from Giordano's, better pizza than ACM meetups have, but because they have Domino pizza, I have Giordano's. But deep dish we do when guests of honor like you come. Okay. So big thing which we introduced this year is academic partnership. So we used to have community partnership, and we extended it this year. For community partnership, it's like you are non-for-profit or meetup or something. You partner with us. You sign zero-cost sponsor agreement, and we give you 2 free tickets and your logo on the website, and we advertise you, and you come and learn from us. So academic partnership, that's thing which I introduced, invented, and as I said, it's going super slow. But idea is the same. You are academic institution, you have, you offer degree in computer science. You sign our sponsor agreement, you pay $0. We put your logo on the website. You can give your like promotional stickers or promotional flyer we will distribute. We give 2 free tickets for faculty, and life is beautiful. Again, that takes forever because nobody wants even to sign one-page agreement. Sorry. I'm not hopeless, but it's challenging. So, but again, my hopes are that, when I sign first academic partner, then it will be a little bit better after that. Because people will see that, it does not bite, it's all good, and there are some benefits. So hopeful, and we'll see how things will, go this year. What else we want to do? That's what we're already doing. We want to simplify this academic partnership because, again, as funny as it sounds, but people kind of get scared of like 1.5-page contract and like, or who is signing this, or you want the usage for our logo. I do not want the usage of your logo. I'm offering you to display your logo for advertising purposes. Oh, no, we need to consult with somebody. So we are going to simplify this. So I'm not making small plans, right? I said so. I'm not making small plans. So big plans I'm making, I'm trying to establish like all your partnerships. So we're talking with at least 2 educational institutions about doing like classes on Postgres, like in the like after like school time and their like campuses, and hopefully something will happen. I'm also looking at doing half-day summit again. We'll see. Hopefully 2027. No, why California has this convention? We have nothing in Midwest. So, somebody has to start. And the big part is increasing outreach. Outreach, I think, is a key word in all of this because people do not know that things exist. And I know that if I'm sitting there saying, okay, if you want free ticket, come to me, it's not enough. That's what I learned for all these years when I'm trying to attract more people who never did Postgres, but who might benefit from using Postgres. So that's a lot, actually, because somehow we have too much information in the world. There are too many things to attend, too many things to pay attention. People do not pay attention to anything as a result. I don't know, I thought that I advertised like call for proposals for PG data, like, I don't know, every day for several weeks, and still people who even are in my close network, what? You say it's closed already? When? Why? I did not know. I don't know. Trying to reach different communities. So I'm talking to Django community, to Chicago Rails community, to Black Python devs, to like, to many, many communities. And I would love to talk to more communities because, again, otherwise people do not know. People do not know what benefits they might get attending this conference. So doing this. All right. And all right. So it's difficult. Like, lots of inertia. Academic environment, most inertious environment. I'm sorry, I think I have a right to say I've been to academia, so it's like the most inertious environment. So we're trying to apply marketing. I have a professional marketer who actually came to me and said, how I can help you. Yes. So we're trying, okay? We're organizing, and you know what's the most effective tool, what I learned? Was the most, no, not pizza, you think it's pizza, no. The most effective tool is they come. Yeah, I was surprised actually. Oh, you have talks about the eye? Yes. We have students who are interested. So, now, okay. That's all about me. If you want to connect to me, I'm on LinkedIn, my GitHub with several of my pet projects, Prairie Postgres organization, and PG Data conference. So you can take pictures of these QR codes, and yeah, I mean, as I said it will be 35 minutes, right? I timed it. Okay. Yeah, so that was it. And yes, Q&A, yes, absolutely. Any Q&A. Yeah.
I was interested in your thought about the conferences with So I just had this conversation with somebody from OpenSSF, and one of the ways they're trying to bring in more academics is that they're teaming up with like ACM for a, I want to say it's, oh God, I'm blanking out on what they call that. There's a special term. Yeah, so yeah, but the special interest group, yeah. Thank you. I know there was a simple term. And the special interest groups that I know that for security related, and then the idea would be that they could have, then the conferences are much more like highly regarded by the academics because it's something that they can put in their resume. I mean, especially for PhD students and the like. Yeah.
I thought when I agreed, when they invited me, I thought that that will be my avenue. Nope, 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 nope. Zero interest, zero. Now, honestly, I am like one of the president of ACM Chicago chapter is a professor in UIC. I try to talk through him. I'm talking to UIC outside him because he's zero interest. I thought so. You know, I'm an ACM member. I go to ACM conferences and I'm there. I'm there. No, no. I wish. I wish. Honestly, I'm doing all this outreach now. I think the direct marketing is the most efficient because otherwise it get lost somewhere in many departments. So just trying to find, we even try to send separate email to the student council, to the dean of students, to research. Yes. All right. Look, I'm trying.
So thank you for the talk, and I have a lot of ideas. I'm with the Thunderbird project, and we have been wanting kind of for the past year to kind of explore university and academic kind of partnerships. And so the thing is, like, we're not a database technology, though you'll be happy to know we are moving to a PostgreSQL. Yeah, finally. And so we're like a collection of technologies. And so for a project like ours, where there's like so many different avenues students could take, from QA to a port to encryption to databases to Rust, what would be maybe some strategies you might recommend for a project like ours, where we aren't devoted to like one specific language or one specific database?
Again, like as I said, I had a moderate success with this. Like pretty much, I probably especially when you offer like several different things, it might make sense to reach out to whoever is responsible for the like student affairs in the organization. Again, it turned out it was not easy, because when I try to literally I go to the university website and try to find who could be person, I find like nobody. So this person who said, I'm professional marketer, I can help you, she actually did research, so she wrote specifically to specific people. So I think that that's one thing, because some universities actually do a lot for students. So like my semi-success is with Northwestern University. My kind of more successful story with DePaul. They actually are like very, very, very interested in making sure their students have, like graduates have a future in industry. So I was like fortunate that they already on the lookout. So they just said, okay, let's talk. So otherwise, as I said, I'm happy when students come to meetups, but that's a little bit too late when they come. As I think it's most beneficial if we are talking about like sophomores maybe like, juniors when they actually start doing real things, when they're out of their like pure theoretical woods and start like looking for something, and they are not doing meetups. So, if I will be able to set some like free training, I will let you know. But so far, it's conversations, they like did not materialize in anything. But, I mean, let's solve this problem together.
Thank you. Those are the final talks for this room. Henrietta's slides will be available online for you guys' viewing and other whatnot. But yeah, we'll see you here tomorrow.